What is going on, ladies and gentlemen of the tribe? How we all doing today? How we doing, guys? We doing? I can see Death's Helm over here. I see Emmett, Faithon, Kyle, Bazinga, Eli, Ace of Spades. Got a lot of people. Got a lot of people just chilling out in the chat today. How y'all doing? Good evening. You want a roster review? Amazing. Cool. On a break of work, can't stay long. Hope you all have excellent days. Excellent. Wow, that's a cracking joke, mate. Well done, mate. Did you get it? Cracking some eggs, making an omelette. What up, tribe, indeed? What up, tribe? How we doing, y'all? What platform do I stream on? YouTube and Twitch, my friend. YouTube and Twitch. Faithon Zakai. Klogot, how you doing, brother? How are you, Mr. Brotherman Klogot? I hope you're well. I hope you're groovy. Hope you're great. YouTube, indeed. You're such a tube, Bazinga. You're such a tube. You just want to beat Queen Amidala about the face? Go on then, Aaron. Go beat her. Beat her about the face. Happy to have your Holdocron already. I didn't luck out just yet. I haven't lucked out just yet with my crons. I've gotten basically unusable ones so far, which is a bit disappointing, but hey ho, such is life. Sometimes it works out and sometimes it gives you BB-8 and Kit Fisto. So, you know. Not that the Kit Fisto cron is necessarily bad, but when your Kit Fisto is completely ungeared, it's kind of bad. So, I haven't had much luck just yet. You got pretty far in Conquest already, 360 out of 630. Wow, just got to swap that 6 and that 3 and you were golden, mate. Hey, Jar Jar. You got Sidious and Cam, so you're in pretty good position. Sidious is awesome. Cam is decent enough, but obviously we'd rather have Kelleran, right? Didn't manage to get the level 6 with everyone needing to be reduced below 100%. Have to try and get that reroll on there. Yeah, I haven't had much luck, but I haven't had the chance to farm the mats properly yet. Obviously, we will do soon because you know your boy Scribble's done with Conquest already. I'm just that good, and I haven't done most of my refreshes yet. I think I've just started on the hundreds, so we'll have to get that done. We'll have to get it done. Get it done. Yeah. You didn't manage to get the level 6? Yep. Question for how DCs work. Okay, yeah, sure. You're making an effort to get the Ray Datacron. Does the first two abilities need to be light side focused for the ability to roll Ray, or does it not matter? Ace, you need to roll light side and then resistance in order to get the Ray level 9. Essentially, light side will lock you into all the light side factions. Resistance will lock you into all the level 9 resistance crons, right? So that's how it goes. It does go based on tiers. You can't have a dark side level 3 and a Ray level 9, for example. I'm in the UK, Kyle, so I operate on GMT. Greenwich Mean Time. You've talked me into doing my 100 crystal refreshes for Conquest. Seems wise. It is wise. It is wise, my friend. It's very wise to do at least the hundreds. Appreciate it. Not a problem, Ace. Not a problem. Yeah. So, I mean, it can be useful, to be honest, because it helps you lock in. So what you can do, for example, is if you've got the level 9 that you want, say it's Ray, you can re-roll the level 6 and the level 3, but there will always be resistance and light side. It just means if you're looking for a specific level 3 and level 6, you don't re-roll it when you hit level 3 or level 6, you re-roll it when you hit the level 9 that you want. Okay? No worries, Markin. Stuck on Sector 5 boss, Queen Padme, she's unreal. Yeah, she's pretty tough. She's a pretty tough cookie. You'll get it done, buddy. I'd recommend going in with... If you're just looking to beat her, then just use something like JMK Cat, right? But if you don't have like that particular setup, we did it with Jedi Knight Luke lead with Jedi Knight Revan. And if you've got Cal Kestis, great. If not, just your strongest Jedi. You essentially just mark Padme and then kill her. And then it's easy. You having such bad luck? You farmed 2 level 9 DCs. And I wanted Sid Bane, and I got Sass and Dooku. Don't worry, man. You're like me, we're a scoundrel. I got Kit Fisto and BB-8. Can I break down the Darth Maul cheese? I mean, yeah, there's not a whole lot to break down. Essentially, 90% of the power of it comes through the consumable, right? So there is a consumable that you can get that you can pick up in Jawa scavenger notes. It's the Grim Machinations one. It's what Sith have in Galactic Challenges. So essentially, it means whenever a Sith kills an enemy, they stack like 50% offense or 25% offense, something like that. You throw that on Darth Maul with anything that raises his offense and heal over times and that sort of thing. When he kills a unit with his basic, he gains 100% turn meter, and because of that consumable, he's going to be ramping his offense really, really high because it's multiplicatively bonused. So it just goes stronger and stronger and stronger. He gets out of this world strong. And because he's killing people with a basic, he's gaining 100% turn meter. So he just loops and loops and loops and loops and loops and loops until he dies. It's very, very powerful. Very powerful. But you can't do it without spending crystals to get the right tech. Well, I mean, you need to find the tech first. It can be on the Jawa scavenger node. And then you need to spend 150 crystals to get it. It's pretty cool. But it depends on if you think it's worthwhile dropping 150 crystals on. Simple as that. So I don't know if you can actually find it in this Conquest thing here. Imperial Edict. So you're looking for these things, basically. But there's one for Sith, where they ramp up offense, essentially. Yeah. So you could theoretically refresh this store, trying to find it. But then you're costing more and more crystals, you know what I mean? Saw him do over 10 mil? Yeah, well, by the end of the video, he was doing in the hundreds of millions. The B1 Sector 3 bid keeps freezing on you. Boss, is it? Keeps freezing when you get to 20 or 30 kills. Any ideas? Brandon. Try uninstalling the game and reinstalling it. It's a bit of a glitchy node in general. $150 crystals, I don't think it's worth it. It's easy with Slacker anyways. I agree with Scoundrel. I completely agree. I think it was really fun to see. I do think it was really, really fun to see watching Maul just mollywop everything like that. But I don't think it's worth it. Whoop-you-poo. Yes, Rubes. Yes. The boss node is laggy. Yeah, the boss node gets incredibly laggy. Yeah, I'm sorry, Brandon. I don't have much of a better answer for you, dude. It's a really buggy node in general. I think it's buggy just because of the way they manipulate the stats in that. You've got that crate in the middle that keeps track of all the kills, essentially, and that's them multiplying all the enemy stats individually. More and more as it gets on, so the game tends to bog down a bit. Slacker at 1400 stacks crashed on me. You don't need to ramp him that high, dude. Honestly. Because of the way his mastery ramps, you could probably do it at like 100 siphon and just leave it there. You know? But then again, I suppose, you know, you're probably gonna... when I was doing it, I had deployable cooling systems active. About that post about Bane, do you think CG is trying to nerf him? No, Scoundrel, I don't. I think quite the opposite, in fact. I mean, to me, it reads very clear-cut, but maybe I've spent too much time looking at business speech. This is very much... I'm just going to bring it up here. This is my interpretation of this based on corporate speech, okay? So working in an office, dealing with head office people, and this is how I would interpret this, okay? So, they're addressing this because there's so many content creators and there's people out there saying, Bane is too powerful, they're going to nerf, CG's going to nerf Bane, okay? And they're saying, first line, with the release of Darth Bane, we've been very pleased with how they've landed on the holotable. Tuscan Meathead has been sending us screenshots of all your quotes. Probably people saying, wow, Bane's amazing, they're probably going to nerf him, right? They say, while much of this data is favourable and landing where we expected, we are seeing some outliers that we're keeping an eye on that may be contradictory to some of his intentions. This is really just in answer to people saying, well, why are we using Bane without C? You know, like he was supposed to be the C lifter, but we're just like, C could just stay with Watt and we're going to be kicking ass anyway, right? So they're saying, look, we acknowledge that Bane is getting used outside of C, which was not really our intention. The team is keeping an eye on for balance purposes and we feel the integrity of the game requires or intervene. Take a look at stuff like when Jawas came in. and they had an interaction that spread a bunch of thermal detonators, and I thought, actually, that's kind of cool. I think that's the route they're going with Bane. This last sentence is the one, though. Again, we are currently very happy with Darth Bane and wanting you to know our thoughts. They're not looking to change it. They're not looking to change it. They're using this as, like, we might do, maybe, if we find something really stupid. But overall, we're happy with where he's at, so stop stressing about it. That's how I'm reading this post. You know, if I'm wrong and they come up and they completely nerf him into the ground and they make him only used with C, I'll come out with my hands up and go, oh yeah, sorry guys, I was wrong. But from working in offices and speaking with people, that's them doing corporate speech. Just saying, guys, we acknowledge what you're saying about Bane. We're not nerfing him. He's cool. That's how I read that. The boss node is so bugged. Use Lord Vader and Piet duo, and sometimes they kill B1 so fast and the command spawned it. Yeah, I've had that, Klogot. Emperor stacks don't refresh when the opponent takes turn. Yep, we noticed that as well. It's all kinds of bugged. It's all kinds of bugged. I think he might be nerfed for TW as he was intended to be strong in GAC and they're okay with him killing GLs in there. In TW, maybe not. I mean, he's strong. It's as simple as that. You hope they don't nerf him? CG has a track record, Maple people. I mean, do they, Worst Scoundrel? It's not very common CG nerfs characters. It's not very common. It does not happen often. When's the last time you can remember a character being nerfed? Like years ago when they completely nerfed characters like Wat Tambor? When they did the changes to Armor Pen? They never nerf... well, not never. Treya Qui-Gon Jinn? Treya Qui-Gon Jinn, yeah. How long ago was that? Like, come on, man. Like... It's a long time ago, guys. It's like, it doesn't happen very often. And I would argue it's probably a little bit different. Those are existing Omicrons. Omicrons to existing characters rather than brand new powerful characters, you know? Those are characters that got uplifted by Omicrons that they slightly missed the mark on, not characters whose power level was designed around their Omicrons, you know? That's like, this is just my take on it. I could well be completely wrong. But I think people are making too big of a deal out of it. No, they didn't, Death's Helm. Don't lie. They did not nerf Profundity versus Levy at all. They buffed the Leviathan. That's completely different. Buffing a unit to stop a counter is completely different to nerfing another unit. Even with Bane, that Omicron where it says it affects persists, if Bane dies, they don't, as kind of a nerf. Kind of. I've said my piece on that before. Like, I think it makes zero difference to the way Bane works. It was yesterday in my heart. Yeah. Afternoonish. Good evening, Descending. How you doing, buddy? How you doing, Wolfie? How you doing, bro? This guy. My good boy, Wolfie. Excellent content creator, streamer. He's got the hair I wish I had. C is powerful when Bane is alive, but when Bane dies, it feels like C is somewhat better with what? Pretty much. But just don't use C with Bane. Simple as that. Doing well, thanks for asking. Good. Semantics, one gets buffed, the other gets nerfed. Still a gameplay change. It is. But I just fundamentally disagree that that's a nerf to the Profundity. They didn't change anything in the Profundity's kit. It got nerfed in a matchup, indirectly, because another team got buffed. That's not a nerf to the Profundity. Buffing something, and because technically speaking, that's not a nerf to the Profundity, that's a nerf to all light side fleets. That's what it happened, you know? Like, Negotiator got nerfed, Home 1 got nerfed, you know, they all got nerfed because they're light side fleets, and Profundity got, Leviathan got buffed. It also nerfed dark side fleets as well. Because, you know, Leviathan got buffed, so it's a stronger... You see what I mean? It's not a nerf. Like, if they'd you know, actually went into the Profundity's kit and changed something, and it was not as effective, that's a nerf. Completely agree, Duke. Completely agree. I had I had a couple of videos where I was semi-ranting about Leviathan and how disappointing it is when it first came out, because the requirements were absurd. The requirements were absurd, and then you had people dropping 26,000 crystals day one to get this thing unlocked, and it was trash. It was getting beaten for 77 banners incredibly consistently. Like, we're talking 95% counter rate for 77 banners with profundity. Undermanning it for full banners. It was like, that's just a joke. The RNG on profundity is awful. Feels like it right now, I tell you. What do I think will be the next capital ship? I have no idea, Klogot. I'll be honest. Your brother got it day one, was getting slapped by everything. Couldn't even get an A-wing. Yeah. Wasn't he supposed to be a sea lifter? And they specifically said he's a what replacement for sea? Yes, absolutely were scoundrel. They did. They did. They 100% portrayed him to be as two things. One, as a sea lifter, and secondly, as a leader for leftover Sith. But they just made the rule of two unique, too powerful. Like, it was too powerful, so it didn't benefit. It does benefit C, and C can do great things, but you can do really great things just using trash tier Sith. Like, one trash tier Sith ally just makes it so much more powerful. So it's like, okay, so why bother throwing him with C? He still does great things with C. He does still effectively lift C, but he just doesn't work with him. Because why would you consolidate that power when you can still use C and Watt to kill stuff, and then you can use Bane to kill other things? Use Bane to kill Leia. It's like, okay, great, fantastic. So yeah, they missed the mark, but I think they're okay with it. I think I'm stupid. Okay, Tiger, try not to beat yourself up about it. I tried your exact slacker cheese with Watt and Armorer. Droid node, and my slacker kills himself. Yeah, you've got a data disk on your equipped that's giving you TM. Take that off. When slacker gains TM, he loses 10% max health and protection. So you're killing yourself all the time. Yeah, I was kind of mad about it, Scoundrel, too. Can't help it. He's better than C, honestly. He is really good. Why is Meathead talking in the third person? Do you not talk to yourself in the third person? Said Scribe. You're going to enjoy having Bane? Yep. But I'm kind of sad you can't put him on defense, watch your opponent squirm. I mean, you could. He just won't be very good. Have Imperial Troopers fallen off at all? Kind of, bub. Kind of. Not that they're any worse than they were. It's just there's a lot of teams these days that counteract turn meter gain. And are very, very tanky. So you can still use them to great effect. It's just the number of things that they effectively beat has fallen off a bit. They're still good, though. You prefer using C and Watt and Bane with Sith. 2 GL counters in Swan. Exactly, White Russia. Exactly. MJ is the third person. He's the third wheel. Am I right? Zinga. What's going on, Mole? How you doing, my brother? Boom, 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 boom. Just saying how much we appreciate you, Bazinga. That's all, buddy. Big love, my man. Big love. Do. Yeah. No worries, bub. No worries. No worries indeed. It means no worries for the rest of your days. It's our problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. Alrighty then. Look at these geos. Oh yeah. We red boxed, guys. We red boxed this morning. Woo! Yay! This is such an easy conquest. I love it. Just hopped on the stream. If I get an introduction, it's not too much to ask for. Of course you can, Hod. Hod 1863. Welcome to the stream, buddy. How you doing? I don't have any data discs that give TM. I have 3 zealous ambitions, 1 fortified, 1 entrenched. Fortified is causing it, mate. I don't have any data discs equipped that give me TM except for this one that gives me TM, alright? None of the other ones give it. The Naboobi's incoming. Well, maybe one day we'll get the Naboobi. I still want to make that into a t-shirt. Do. Nightbot's probably tired. Yeah, well, he just doesn't like you very much, MJ. Let's be honest. It's been a long day. Yeah, it has. It has. I thought Scribe would know Swigger people don't read. That's true. That's true. I don't read because I have to do videos, and I assume that everybody else just watches videos on the stuff that I watch videos on as well. Hey, fam. How you doing, brother? Good to see you in the chat again. I'm doing really good, mate. How are you? Imagine reading. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Sergeant Rainbow in the chat. How you doing, brother? How the devil are you? How the devil are you? I mean, I suppose we could do light side. I don't need to do these battles, but I might as well have something rolling on in the background. Rolling in the deep. You had my heart and soul in your heart. And you played it to the beat. Regarding the Leviathan, you can 4-man it for max banners using Fury Sith Fighter, Mark IV and Scimitar as your reinforcements against the traditional lineup. You can... Well, I'm not seeing just the Scimitar. Typically, most people have got like the triple attack with the bomber. I've not tried that particular setup. How reliable is it? Is the weekly shipments at 9? Weekly shipments will reset today. It will reset depending on your daily reset time. Oh, fam, I'm really sorry, mate. My condolences, pal. That sucks, bro. Have R9 Bad Batch to beat it easily with the Negotiator. R9 not needed, but R9 Bad Batch is always good. I mean... yeah, let's just have R9 Bad Batch, guys. Yeah, well, wow, we are getting absolutely rocked here. Bo-Katan Mandalore apparently is just trash. Absolute trash tier unit. Come on, Bo-Katan Mandalore, do something. Do something, honey. It's only Geos. Like, we've already red-boxed. I just assumed this would work. I assumed it would work. Maybe let's not hit, you know, the summoned unit. AI is dumb. AI is dumb, yeah. Boop. Here comes the summoned unit now. Ooh, that was good. Well done. Like, Paz over there is doing better work than Bo Mando is. Stupid Paz. No, stupid Bo Mando. Hit that one. Oh, that was good. Oh, Tiger Man with the resub of Prime. Thank you so much, Tiger. Appreciate you, buddy. Doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. By the time we get round to actually hurting somebody, they'll just have the heal up again, won't they? We'll kill the Geo Brute, and then GBA will just respawn him. I can see that happening. They have just got so much turn meter generation, dude. So much turn meter generation. It's turn meter for the generation. That did like some... Yeah, see, told you. I told you, we'll kill it, and they'll just be like, time for the respawn, baby. Free reviews, we will be doing them later, Matt, yeah. Stealth ability on Mark. 100%. What? Working on R9 Bad Batch at the moment. You're crazy, Klogot. Yeah, the Ross reviews are currently closed. I will be opening up later. Geos are GLs in Conquest. Oh, I should have just simmed it, to be honest. I don't need to manually play the battle. I just thought I'd have something playing in the background. But I definitely don't want to lose. Feels like I'm probably going to time out more than anything else. Definitely feels like a timeout risk right now. Stupid Geos and their health equalization and stupid amounts of stats. Boop, 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 doop, doo, doo. Quick, kill something. Ah, we killed a unit! There's hope yet! I'm pretty certain he's about to resummon the Brute, but whatever. Oh, no he's not. Bo-Katan is a great unit. I don't know why you guys were doubting. She's such a great unit. Why R9 Bad Batch when you can have R9 Phoenix? They're literally double the pilots. It's just basic math. I mean, the math is mathing. The math is definitely mathing there, Wolfie. Plus, Phoenix is Phoenix. So, could definitely use a review, trying to figure out what to do next. Good stuff, fam. Good stuff. You're hoarding for at least 8 R8s for the new raid. I mean, there is that. I'm kind of in a holding position myself right now. Yeah, Glowcut. Hey, what's going on, Numpty? I also feel really scammed. Why? Went versus a Vader lineup in Conquest. The modifiers were fine. Then I load into battle. They had Imperial Operative chucking around 10k true damage. Yeah. Some of the nodes just get really nutty. Especially later on in Conquest when the modifiers are just out of this world. Probably next week, Pilkis. Probably next week. 5 Gungans, Queen Amidala, new Obi-Wan, and Qui-Gon. Yep, it's a busy time. And a new raid as well, Romjo. Make sure Mark and Sath is stealthed when possible. Use Scimitar special on Fury to hide Mark 6 and Sass speed to ult. Always use Mark 5/3 special to keep Retribution up and Tenacity up. Twice the pilots, doubled the existential crisis from having to 6 R9 units that don't even have good ships. Yep. Message from support. It's my all-important message that we're never going to get rid of. Things that make you go, Things that make you go, I'm doing great, Alexander. How you doing, buddy? How's my day been? My day been pretty good, FN. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. I've had a day of work. I had a nap. I cooked some dinner. I did a video for YouTube on Conquest Sector 2. I've got to try and do Conquest Sector 3, 4, and 5, and the globals. So I've got content to make. We'll get it all pushed out. Why is it there? Oh, it was just Meathead was messing around with us last week. He was messing around with us. He sent us 1 credit, 1 crystal, 1 fleet credit, 1 sim ticket, I think. I just thought it was funny, so I'm going to keep it in my inventory. Yeah, this was just Meathead messing around with us, that's all. He's good people. We like Meathead. We like Meathead. He's good people. Can I speak in French? Je ne comprends pas, mes amis. I speak very little French, I'm sorry. I can say, je voudrais une baguette. Tournez à la droite. My French is incredibly limited. I'm sorry, dude. I'm very sorry. D'accord. Oui, oui, baguette. Yeah. It was a very informative support answer. Croissant. Croissants are fantastic. Croissants are fantastic. I think I've spoke about this before, but my enduring memory of being in France is the sheer volume of patisseries that are open from the wee hours of the morning. You can get up at like 5:30, 6 in the morning, and there'll be a patisserie open somewhere nearby. And you can go in and you can have a tarte aux fraises or something like that, and it's just delicious. Really, really good, delicious bakeries in France. You speak 2 types of French: bad French and incredibly insulting French. I remember a few words from when I learned a bit of French in secondary school. Pain au chocolat? Oui. My problem right now is, like, my brain tries, if you don't speak a language fluently, you have to make a conscious effort to try and, speak in that language. You're like, okay, I must speak in Spanish. Spanish for this would be I start with this. So when my brain thinks, I'm trying to remember French words, all I get in my head is Spanish. And I'm like, Damn it! I'm not trying to speak Spanish. I'm trying to speak French, and I don't remember any of the. I don't remember any of the French that I learned all those years ago. Un tartelet aux fraises? Fraises? I don't think you pronounce that last S, do you? Fraises? Un tartelet aux fraises. Only French I could do in English was bad French accent. A bad French accent. Yeah. You only know baguette. Do you know mayonnaise, government, parliament? These are all French words. If you don't use it, you lose it. I mean, that's very true. We are talking... The only French I speak is... Pardon me. Pardon me. Excusez-moi. Rangez-les-vous à verre. I don't even know what that means. Rangez-les-vous à verre. My French teacher used to say it whenever we came into the class. So it either means sit down and open your books, or get ready to work, or something like that. How you doing today? How was your work trip? Hey, Unstoppable. I'm doing pretty good. Work trip was fine, mate. Thank you for asking. No delays, thankfully. It's the sexiest thing a man can say to a woman. What is PK? Oh, Didi, get out! Didi, get out of the laboratory! Dexter's lab. Dexter's lab was great. Is surrender a French word? I don't think so, but I know where you're coming from, Numpty. Bonjour, je voudrais une baguette. Obviously, yeah, me too. I love baguettes; they're delicious. Omelette du fromage. A cheese omelette. I mean, I had one this morning, in fact. Came out of the gym, cracked open 3 little eggy eggs, chucked in a little bit of salt and pepper, gently fried it in some butter, and then, grated some cheese on top, flipped that bad boy over. Delicious. I love an omelette. Same thing happened to me when I was learning German. Now I tried to speak Spanish. I think it in German first. Nice, Mol. Alcohol helps. Meanwhile, Germans. I can't speak any German. I'm sorry. Cooking stream, when? We did a cooking stream on one of my anniversary streams. Usually, let's go full screen again. Usually when I do my anniversary streams, which will be in about a month. Okay, Castro, thank you so much for the follow, brother. Welcome to the tribe. The anniversary stream is around about 4th, 5th of May. We usually do a 24-hour stream, and I remember on my first one, I'd set up like my laptop has an extra camera downstairs, and I set it up in Discord on a video channel so I could have it there, watching me cook my breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But I am not a chef, so I'm not a good cook. I'm an okay cook at best. So yeah, I wouldn't be like, we got our cooks in my guild, and he cooks rather well. I've not managed to watch one of his streams, but if you want to watch a cooking stream, you got to check out our cooks, man. You swear in French. Merde. I'm glad you feel good. Enjoying the evening with the tribe. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, buddy. The most exciting part of Paris is when saying bonjour and then staying as silent as possible to see how long it took them to realize I was American. Un Américain. Touriste. You grew strong with my brothers. On steaky wakes and eggy wags. That's the way, Throny. Well, Thrawn's a cook as well, aren't you, Throny? What's going on, Emanx? How you doing, brother? You're a home chef. Everyone's a home chef. I mean, you're not wrong, except for the people that literally don't cook anything. Posted a video of me doing the counter in your Discord. Maybe your admin won't ban me for it. No, they won't, Taylor, at all. That's fine. We'll check it out. We'll check it out in a minute. Thanks, Taylor. Boop doop doo 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 boop doo. Let's hold up. I'm trying to see if I can pop out that video. Apparently not. Let's get it over here. Go on the big screen. Let's check it out. How late to the stream? I mean, not that late. I think we've only been going about 30 minutes or so. Let's check out this counter. It helps if you hit play, guys. Pro tip when watching videos, if you want to actually watch the video, hit play. Grilled cheese. Alright, so this is the same starter that I open with. I open with this this lineup, but this guy's just using Scimitar on the bench. Boop doop doo doo doop 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 doo. So use the second special, I assume, because you want to have that tenacity up and the retribution. Boop 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 boom. Mass assist here. Oh, nice. We got the protection disruption. Doop doo doo doop 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 doo doo. Now you're going to call in the Fury, because the Interceptor is dazed. The Sith Fighter, sorry, is dazed. Reinforce with the Scimitar. Okay. Excuse me. And we're going to work it. It was worth it. I'm going to flip it on back and reverse it. Just leaving the Interceptor out in the open. That makes sense, because they can't gain any bonus turn meter now. There's a nice little kill there. Good timing on the heal immunity. That's interesting. I wonder why he didn't reinforce with the Mark 1. The Mark 6. Very interesting. Doop 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 boom 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 boom. I mean, it's very nice. Normally when you've got this lineup, the first reinforcement is always the Mark 6 Interceptor. I'm not sure why it came in with the Palp Shuttle. Doom ba doom ba doom boom boom. We'll give this a try in a minute. I'm kind of curious. Yep. They seem pretty hard focusing on the Interceptor, which is normal. Sometimes you'll have the Sith Fighter just go off on one and start hitting someone else, but... Mass assist, you might as well get rid of him. Lovely. Who's he calling in now? Weird, man. Such a strange order. Such a strange order. Yeah, and it's game over from there. Cool. Let's give this a try. Let's give it a try. I'm curious. Twitch notification came way too late. Cooks, man, we were just talking about you, brother. We were talking about you just now. Hey, PK, thank you so much for the resub there. Resub with Prime, baby. You've always gone TIE Bomber first? Same, Nunty. Same. Your opponent has all R9 fleets pilots for the fleet, so that might play into why the shuttle came out first. Gotcha, Taylor. Thank you, buddy. Forgot I had my Prime up. Okay, so we'll go up against Blass's team here. I don't even think I've got the Sith thingy on the Scimitar here, so let's just throw it in. I just won't use any of these reinforcements. See how it goes. There's now 2 people with full R9 rosters. Both are more chromium. Must be co-workers. Maybe it's the guy in his alt account. What do you farm with normal energy? Kyrotech. Kyrotech is the answer. Alright, so let's just start out. I don't think it really matters who we target with that first move. We'll just basic here to get the turn meter generation. Use the second special. We'll get the tenacity up and we'll get the retribution. Then we'll do the mass assist, hopefully. Okay, we didn't get rid of the protection. That's okay. This is all fine so far. Counter attacks. Boop boop boo. Alright, just a basic here. Lovely, we got the heal immunity. There's days on the Sith Fighter, so we'll call in the Fury class instead. Reinforce with the Scimitar. And I believe when you use this, you target the one you want to keep out in the open, right? Kind of like R2-D2. Target ally gains protection up and retribution. If the target ally is Sith, they also gain crit immunity. Yeah, so you go like this. They now can't gain TM from their Sith Fighter. I mean, theoretically, we could do the big hit here, but we can't crit anyway, so I want to maintain that heal immunity instead. See, that's what I expect to see, is the Interceptor to come out. That's what I expect to see. Has he still got heal immunity on him? He does. Counter. Lovely. So I'm not going to reinforce with any more units. Oh, that was silly of me, wasn't it? That was very silly of me. But never mind. And he's still going straight in on the interceptor here, which is really nice. Oh, no more reinforcements. No. I'll just basic over here. Alright. Has he got full health? He does. So we'll basic here. And we'll basic here. Let's get that retribution and tenacity up. Let's stealth everybody, just leaving the Mark 6. Get wrecked, you nerd. Take over the capital. Nice! It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Not too shabby. This will save me some banners in Fleet, maybe. Let's see if we can get rid of you. Second special. Let's just do the mass assist over here. Kill some stacks. Kill some stacks, baby. Keep everybody stealthed for no real good reason, let's be honest. And now I'm just gonna not reinforce, just to, you know, push the point home. Heal immunity. Lovely. This is good. I like this counter. Thank you so much. This is a good counter. I mean, obviously this is one test that I've done, so it could obviously go wrong, but so far I'm happy. Probably should have done the retribution, but there we go. Nice. I like it. Alright, let me catch up with chat real quick. Sorry about that, guys. Star-crossed R9 levels, indeed. It's 420. What about relicking mats, or do I have a schedule? What do you mean, what about relicking mats? When do I farm them? With fleet energy. One day the Cairo Crunch will end, probably be replaced by another bottleneck. Probably numpty, but it could be years when we hit that point. You do this to climb, you can hit auto now. No, I know, Wild. I'm just trying to make sure that I do literally the same team, except I never use the scimitar. I was just testing it for purposes to make sure that the single reinforcement works. Cairo Crunch is almost dead for people that do well in TB. I don't agree personally, but I know that you're a very weird individual, Owie. You're a very weird individual because you've got this massive, massive horde. I don't think the Cairo Crunch is gone. The Cairo Crunch becomes manageable because you farm Kairos all the time and because you get good results in TB, you know? I think we gain about the same stars in TB. You might gain one more star than us now. So the income is the same, but there's still plenty of things to relic up. You think you've got about 1600 of each Cairo now? Nice. I saved my normal energy, just accidentally spent 200 today. Dropped from 18.7k to 18.5. Oof, Russell, mate, you must be sweating. No tank, bring in scimitar first. Correct, yeah. How well does it do on defense? Terribly, I imagine. Roster review free. Later on it will be shit, so yeah. Now just prolong that heal, just prolong and heal up. Yeah. Switch out on last battle. I mean, I'm not just using that as a reinforcement. I've got a full normal cadre of reinforcements. I don't drop far enough anyway, so it doesn't bother me. I've got a very dead fleet shard, fortunately. If you capture the enemy capital ship before you sabotage hangars, if you do capture the enemy capital ship before they use sabotage hangars, do you not use that ability on their capital ship? Can crash. Oh, really? Still very much there for me getting easier with Zepho Planet. Yeah. Master Hoarder. I get good TB score, but need tons of Kairos. Yeah, it's less about your TB performance and more about the situation of your roster, how long you've been there, how much do you farm Cairo Tech? You know? Russell misses tickets with 18.5k energy. Yeah, I mean, that's the way. That's the way, PK. Gotta miss tickets. You know, can't interrupt the horde. Can't interrupt the horde. Not been here much in ages? Yeah, it's true. I think you came around last week at some point. So yeah. I've got 582 Cairo Tech, but we know What do we know? We know that we're getting 2 more Gungans, and we're getting Jar Jar, and we're getting Queen Amidala, and we're getting, you know, Master Qui-Gon, and we're getting Padawan Obi-Wan. I'm going to need all that, like 500, 600 Kyrotech will disappear. Probably just on Padme. It's finally warming up in the UK. It's not as cold. Can I pre-book to get a turn? Of course. But it only through the premium only through the premium way. It's finally warming up because I don't feel like spending 200 crystals to get those last 12 from Cantina. Word. Thanks for using the counter on stream. I appreciate it. Not a problem, Taylor. It's a good counter. Like I said, I've only used it once, and we can't really base a whole thing off a counter once. Like the one I was using before, which was reinforcing with the bomber and then reinforcing with the dagger, was fine. I never lost with it, and then I lost with it once randomly. I was like, oh, okay, I guess it's not perfect. So, I mean, there's always stuff that can happen. Don't forget Stap as he'll... Oh, yeah, completely forgot about Stap. I really do need to start buying Stap shards as well, seeing as though he's in shipments. But I just... the thought of it right now is just kind of gross. You're absolutely right, though, Karth. I do need to gear Stap as well. I do need to gear Stap. Stap! In the name of love. Before you break it up. Alright. Look at that, I got 2 whole Zetas! 2 whole Zetas. I am Zeta rich, baby. I'm Zeta rich. Yes, give me more Kyrotech. 43 Reaver shards. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. I'm going to hold on to this for the time being. Did you actually, or are you toying with Scribe? Did you actually watch what? What? Oh, you donated $5? Did you? I didn't see anything pop up. Maybe I did. I mean, I'll just have to check through my stream elements. Sorry, just laughing at something that popped up. No, not seeing anything, Saoirse. Oh. Have you made it to Sector 5 boss node? Of course I have. Of course I have. We have red boxed. We have red boxed. Look at the glorious red box. We're done. It's a tough battle. It is. It's incredibly chunky. It's really, really chunky. Like, there's so much survivability in that team. It's ridiculous. Now, obviously, Conquest, like, it inflates stats quite a lot because there's like, it takes the base stats with no mods and then it multiplies them by up to like 80%. So it's not indicative of what the team is like in actuality. And obviously it's not using normal units either. But it's really, really thick. Fortnite, dude, we will be doing roster reviews. At the moment they're closed, but we will open them up probably soon. I do have a red box, all because of you, PK. Oh no, wait a minute. Sorry, that's for off the stream. That's on my OnlyFans. My bad. What did I use? We used Jedi Knight Luke lead with Jedi Knight Rev and Bo-Katan Mandalore to qualify for the Bo-Katan Mandalore feat, and was it Gas or Hermit Yoda or something like that? All credit to Luna, she's brilliant. I didn't join the server, PK, I just did it all off my own back because I'm amazing. I'm just an amazing individual. Jedi Knight Cal Kestis. Was it Jedi Knight? Yeah, it was Jedi Knight Cal Kestis, wasn't it? For the insta-kill. That makes sense. What do I use for non-GL Amidala? We literally just went over that, buddy. Jedi Knight Luke Lee with Jedi Knight Revan. I use Bo-Katan Mandalore because you need to have win with Bo-Katan Mandalore surviving. And Jedi Knight Cal Kestis. Having a red already? A lot of refreshes. Yes, Emanx, a lot of refreshes. We were doing about probably 7 a day on average. And I preloaded energy and I have the Pass Plus. So we've got extra energy refreshes. But it is counterbalanced by the fact that I've repeated quite a few battles recording footage for videos and stuff like that. Thank you, Bazinga. Third Gungan should be released now if it wasn't for the delay. We would have a third Gungan in the game if we had third Gungan in the game, that's for sure. That's for sure. I was expecting it this week, but I guess not. Probably next week. Probably next week. What's going on, Veeth? How you doing today, buddy? How you doing, Veeth? So yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy to have red boxed 7 out of 8 of the feats. I mean, I could do all the global feats, and I probably will do all the global feats when I don't have the Conquest Pass Plus, just to get, you know, this so we can get over-prepared, which will give us an extra 15 stacks. All the global feats are actually really easy, I feel. 600 B1 stacks, that's like 3 battles. Booming Voice, very easy. Challenge Path, easy. This is easy if you've got Bomando. 40 battles with Galactic Republic, really easy because Galactic Republic is a huge faction. 20 battles with Keller and Beck and Grogu, also super easy. You can throw in with JML and Wat Tambor and Hermit Yoda, and Keller and Beck is a Jedi as well. You can do it with Dash Rendar and lots of Zealous Ambitions, and he'll just blow the field. And then it's just defeat 50 energy stat, do it in the Sector 1 boss node. Yeah, it's all really easy stuff, and that gives you massively overpowered. No, Booming Voice, sorry, not massively overpowered. Really surprised there's no Gungan before 3v3 so people could test it. Yeah, I'm actually very surprised by that, Taylor. I'm low-key hoping somebody throws like GG on defense, so I'll be able to use Gungans there. But show us your set 14 datacrons. I haven't started farming them yet, dude. So my set 14 datacrons suck. Already red box. Well, I'm around halfway to first crate. You can do it, FN. I believe in you. So you can cheese it with Ray and IG-12 and Beck feet. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's another perfectly viable way of getting it done. There's lots of solutions to that. But yeah, my datacrons aren't farmed already. I am tilt. Yeah. See, out of the level 9s that I could get, I got the ones that I'm not going to use. So BB-8 is kind of, no. You know, I'm never going to really use this. Whenever BB-8 applies 10 buffs on a turn, inflicts all enemies with exposed for 2 turns. It's like, whoop-de-doo. Like, what a terrible level 9. Like, okay, great. Cool. I'll just never use that then. I don't even have the good level 6. The level 3 is fine. Stacking offense, but I'm just realistically never going to use that. Yeah, the secondaries were not great. And then I got Kit Fisto. And my Kit Fisto is gear 8 or something. I've never invested in him. So his level 9 is actually pretty cool, but I'm not going to gear him up. Thankfully, we did get some protection secondaries here, but I think that's it for protection secondaries. So realistically, I'd have to reroll this and reroll this and reroll this and reroll this. And that's, you know, quite a lot. Quite a lot. Thankfully, we did get the No Revive Cron level 6. So this could be a pretty decent JML one if I can, you know, get some protection secondaries. Rolled the Kit Fistocron. Need to gear that dude up. I know, Veeth. That's the... Kit is great, not gonna lie. Yeah, but my kit is not great. Chances are decent. Kit is a wreck for the new raid. It is. I would say it's like probably a 50% chance that someone like Kit Fisto is in the raid. Because he's, you know, he's a Jedi that was around in that era. And most people don't have him geared. This is my Kit Fisto. You know what I mean? He is easy to gear. I'm sure I could probably, like, if we... Hey, Paxton, thank you so much for the follow, buddy. If I were to go into Saga Events gear, right? We're obviously done with the Gungans. And if I just went Kit Fisto and just went Relic 5... I'm actually missing some gear. I am actually missing gear, and this is why I don't want to do it. Like, it's like, I know it's not a lot of gear. We could sort that out very, very quickly. But I'm going to need this for the next 2 Gungans. Or Jar Jar. Is it really worth doing this? On the off chance that he might be used in the raid? It's like... It's painful. It's painful. I don't ever like to make investments in my rosters for maybes. Do you know what I mean? Peace out, Taylor. I wish some parts of the big Datacron buff stays for the starting characters. Yeah. Start planning for Queen Amidala. What do you mean? I mean, that's it, right? There's just so much to... There's so much to gear at the minute that even though I'm finished with the journey guide, it feels like I don't have any breathing space right now. His OnlyFans is worth it. It is true. True, too true. It's absolutely true that my OnlyFans is worth it. Just got all possible points on 2 Conquest sectors. First time. Nicely done, Trader Tots. I'm proud of you, buddy. Sometimes, maybe investments could be fun. Then again, I had Fulcrum at Relics years before the UFO tag existed. I agree. We did something similar with Ayla. I took Ayla to R7 when we got her cron ages ago. And that was a heck of a lot of fun. That was a really good cron. Otherwise, I wouldn't do an R7 Ayla. That's just nuts. You stopped at R8 on Darth Bane because of the Gungans raid? Me too. Me too, buddy. I stopped at R8. I actually put his second Omicron on. Just because I wanted to. Next Omi goes to a raid character, TW character there. So yeah. Dude, best get Lobot ready for when it's his turn. I mean, Lobot is at least a requirement. He's a Relic 3 requirement for Leia, right? So, at least he's relicked. You rolled a perfect DC for Bane? Nice one, PK. Like, this guy's kind of there already, so I'm sure he'll be phenomenal. I'm sure he'll be phenomenal. Oh, dear me. What was the website? That's Swigger Events, that is. So if you've got Swigger Events gear, if you've got hot utils, you should be able to do it. But yeah, gear.swiggerevents.com. You put in your ally code at the top, and then you've got all this gear tracking. This is a premium feature for Hot Utils members, but you can manually input all of your gear, and it'll tell you what you need. It's very good. It's very good. Lobot was doing damage in Conquest. Is he a support type? I don't even look at Lobot. He is indeed a support type. Gotta love our support types when we got Zealous Ambitions. You can still use it, Saoirse. It's just a manual process, that's all. It's just a manual process. Let's go ahead and farm some Datacron materials. Over here. I'm just going to sim it and get through all my sims before I lose it. That's the wrong thing. Refresh. Boop. Yeah. Refresh. Boop. Yeah. Refresh. Love it. Boop. Cool. You can download a CSV if you don't have hot utils and do it in a SS? A screenshot? A spreadsheet. Sorry, my brain being slow today. Let's invest in some Datacronulus, shall we? This Jedi one. Maybe we can get Kelleran back. Who knows? What do we get? I thought it was a Jedi one. It was Resistance. And now I have 2 BB-8s, and BB-8s has got to be the worst Resistance Cron. Great. I'm getting absolutely dicked over here. And now we're out of these already. Joy of joys. Joy of joys. It was nice to take 3 levels up on a Cron. Yeah. I've had lots of good luck so far with datacrons, haven't I, guys? Like BB-8, and Kit Fisto. I'm like, the worst resistance, and a guy I can't use. Literally, any of these I could make use out of, but I get 2 BB-8s. It's like, goddamn. We know that the crons are weighted, don't we? We know that the odds of getting certain things are more likely than others. I imagine BB-8 as the most likely level 9 to roll. And we just happen to be the guy that gets picked on. BB-16, indeed. BB-16 is right. Every single stat rolled into crit chance. Oof. You have the infographic? Infographic for what, MJ? Opposed to rerolling level 6 or just lacking currency right now? I'm not going to be rerolling secondary stats until I've got the level 9s that I want. Basically, solar power. Oh, the weighting? No. Well, ultimately, knowing the weighting isn't going to change how I get datacrons, right? So I don't really care. You know what I mean? It's like playing the lottery. It's like, do you want to know the odds of winning the lottery? No, I'm still going to play. I'm using that as a for instance. There's a nice post on Reddit showing the odds for all the datacrons rolls. Thank you, Ginsey. Righty, let's farm some signal data. Vendetta! It's just one of those things. It's like, knowing the odds doesn't change the odds. Maybe you're curious and want to be informed, but I'm not that curious. I'm not that curious. I'm just like, okay, can I just have the thing that I want, please? That's all I want. You have 2 leaders resolved cards. Just had a 300k hit with Padme's basic. Sounds about right, Dominic. Sounds about right, my friend. Let's get this over here. Oops, that's not what I was supposed to be doing. Apologies. My sincerest apologies. My sincerest apologies. I'm just whipping open the roster review sheet. We haven't done a roster review in a while, so we are going to be starting very shortly. Very, very shortly. Let's get that over there. Alrighty. Where are we looking? We're looking over here. So I'm just going to make sure we get something pinned here real quick. And then we'll go over here. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Oops, ignore that, guys. Sorry. Remove that. Boop. Let's go ahead and just pin that chat. Pin that message, baby. Pin it good. Pin it just like you should. And then over here. Sorry, guys. We're going to be opening up the roster reviews in just a moment here. I'm just making sure that we've got everything up and ready. Up and ready. So, for those of you that don't know how this works, we will be doing roster reviews. There is no obligation to pay or make a donation. However, those of you that donate at least £5 through the PayPal link that's pinned in chat will be put on a priority list, and you will go first, essentially in order of first come, first served. However, if nobody donates at all, I will still be doing roster reviews until I get tired. Who knows when that's going to be. So what I'll need you to do is inside of the chat, put out your ally code, I will try and grab everybody as quickly as I possibly can and add you into a list. When your name gets called or your ally number gets called, I'm going to ask you to give a little bit of context about your roster and how I can help you. I don't do roster reviews by looking at your account saying, hey, good stuff. I can if you want, but I don't feel that's going to be particularly useful to you at home. If you want something useful, tell me how I can help you build out your roster, and that's going to be fantastic. So, if you want to, go ahead and throw your ally code down in the chat now. Look at the bottom right corner over here. We've got roster reviews open. Isn't that wonderful? Anybody that does donate through PayPal, it will add to our little Jar Jar fund down here, which will help us wail on Jar Jar, and that will be muchly appreciated. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlebeans. All right, then, let's get it. Got Numpty over here. So I'm just going to take on a number of these. I apologize if I miss you all, but I'm trying my best here. What else have we got? We've got Hod 625 973 317. That's Hod. Then we've got 957 716 786. If you are on YouTube, make sure that you put a space between your numbers, because quite often it means I won't be able to see the message come through. It gets filtered out. Okay? That's Gregorio Jimenez. Castro over here with 118 164 412. Castro. Then we've got Jeremiah Harvey. And then we've got Famulus de Populi. Famulus de Populi. We've got 847 271 586. So I'm just fixing all this. I'll try and get to you guys as quickly as possible. Then we've got Danny Muller, 796 277 677, and that's Danny Muller. And we've got Drew 2 True, 838 713 713. Drew 2 True. 689 831 996, and that is Sun. Yeah, Sun. Then we've got Shazrog over here. Shazrog with the 343 336 179, and that is Shazrog. Shazrog. Good business. Good business. Debating on going for SK upgrades or TW or GID. I see. Still need to change my account name on YouTube to something related to burritos. I mean, everybody likes burritos. What's not to like? What's not to like about burritos, baby? All right, so get your ally codes in the chat if you please, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the tribe. Oh, God. Went to the gym this morning and my muscles are aching. They are aching. So a quick reminder, everybody, that if you are on YouTube and you're putting in your ally codes, try to separate those numbers by spaces or dashes or X's or dots or anything. Otherwise, it quite often happens that YouTube just blanks out the statement. It tries to filter it out as spam, and I cannot see your ally code come through. All right. We got Wesley Stone over here, 974 371 681, and that's Wesley Stone. And we got Big Ninja coming in. Big Ninja. Got 587 764 946. That's Big Ninja, baby. Can you add a second code? You can add a second code, I guess, but it'll be on a separate waiting list, okay? Beloved One. That's a nice name. That's a nice name. We got 445 773 322. Yeah, that's right. That's 13. Good business. Good business. Why has that changed? Why has that changed? There we go. Get this over here, and then we will set that like that. Marvelous, 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 marvelous. So just getting everything set up here. Just getting everything set up here. 361 493 839. Danny M2. All right, good stuff, good stuff. I believe using dashes also censors because it looks like a phone number. Oh, I didn't know that, Jeremiah. I can see the dashes. I can see the dashes for some reason. We've got Dominic Lang as well. 231 493 83. Oh, sorry. No. Ignore me. 231 167 388, and that's Dominic Lang. Dominic Lang. Oh, and you've changed yours, Danny Muller, number 2. Let's try that again. 361493829. Okay, good. All right, we are going to get started ever so shortly here. I'm going to grab a drink before we begin. So make sure that you are hanging around if you are looking for your roster review, because I'm going to be calling you out one at a time. It is a first come, first serve. Don't forget, anybody that donates via the PayPal link up above, make sure you do it through the PayPal link, not through Super Chats or anything like that. We'll go on the priority list. You guys get to jump the queue, essentially. But I'm going to be asking you questions about your roster, so try and make sure you're around. We will try to give everybody a fair amount of time. I will try to make sure that I give you the opportunity to respond to me so that we're giving you something of value, you know? All right, cool. No, it's all good, Danny. I understood that. Okay, cool. Cool. So, Numpty Nuts, you're first on the list, my friend. Do you want to tell me a little bit about the context? How can I help you today, buddy? How can I help you today? Abster God. Okay, yeah, we'll get you in there real quick. 268-744-791. Abster God. You wouldn't happen to have a Discord so no one could chat via VC? It's not something I'm looking to do. Hod. I do have a Discord, absolutely, and the Discord does have voice chats, but at this moment in time, I'm not really looking to have people to join me in voice chat. There's a lot of... there's a number of reasons why I won't do that. One of them can be I can't control what other people say on my voice chat. And I'm streaming live to YouTube and to Twitch. So I don't want someone to come in here and take abuse of that fact. Secondly, I can't really control how long I spend on a roster if somebody's talking, and they might just keep talking and keep talking and keep talking and keep talking. So I'm not going to do anybody in the VC. All right, Numpty, here we go. So you've just finished Jedi Knight Cal Kestis, stretched thin with Inquisitors, Galactic Legend teams underpowered, and Bow Farm and new Raid. Looking for any key tunes to help punch up your GL teams. Okay, 1 second. Let's see what we can do, shall we? Let's see what we can do. 1 moment. So let's get your ally code in. 389-926-245. 245. You had me at forcibly remove people. OPK. So I'm assuming this is going to be your account then, Numpty, because, you know, its name is Numpty. Let me grab a drink before we begin, because my throat will get dry otherwise. Alrighty. So you've just finished Jedi Knight Cal Kestis and you're stretched thin with Inquisitorius, GL teams underpowered, and Bow Farm. First thing I'd say, Numpty, is you're trying to do too much, okay? You can't do Inquisitorius and do GL farms and get bow ready. That's too much, man. That's too much. You're going to have to focus on one thing and one thing alone. So make that choice. I would say if you're already focusing on Inquisitorius, we'll start there. Let's go ahead and take a look, see what the shape of your Inquisitorius are right now. Okay, your Inquisitor in pretty good spot, to be honest. I'd call you a bit of a slacker because you've got Reaver and a bunch of Relic 5 Inquis. So you obviously got gifted a Reaver by your guild. Don't be that guy, Numpty. Don't be that guy. I don't know if your guild is asking you to take it to R7 so that you can help other members of your guild unlock her. If that is the case, then all well and good. I would say all the same, take the whole team to Relic 7 anyway, because it's a really good team to have at high relics. At least having Reaver up at Relic 7, if not higher, is a good thing, right? It's a fantastic team, so I just focus on finishing that off. I'm not sure, Pounder. I think they did. I like dropping the hammer when needed. Yeah, you do. Itchy trigger finger sometimes. No worries, Sasha. I'll add you to the list now. I'll add you to the list. You're probably right, because we've got quite a few. We got quite a few. Uh, 49 shards, and I try to hide on that one. Hey, what's up, Faithon? Yeah, so I'd definitely say finish off these first and foremost. You say you're also going for the Bo Mando event, so let's take a look, see where you're at there. Kelleran. Okay, so Kelleran is missing 2 stars. Paz is missing a star. Grogu is, I mean, he's pretty much there. And I'm assuming your BAM is already done. Yeah, okay. So it's just basically tidying up the last couple of stars and getting the relic levels in. We're assuming she's coming back once a month. She might do. She might disappear now for a while. We just don't really know. CG is a little bit inconsistent with these things at the moment. It's hard to really nail them down to a pattern. And you said your GL teams are underrepresented. I'm not sure in what manner, and which GL teams in particular you're talking about, because you've got all of them, which is nice to see. 11.1 mil. You're rocking all the GLs. Correct, Brian. Yeah, so a donation of at least £5 through the PayPal will put you on the priority list, so you get to jump all the way up to the top. Your guild gets no shards. Rip. Pounder, but I think it was an issue related to BlueStacks or similar. Just on your phone, should be okay. I've no idea. Yeah, you keep getting your ass kicked on TW counters. TW counters. For GL teams? You're going to have to explain a little bit more. Like, they're usually pretty self-explanatory, unless you're talking about, like, C teams, maybe Supreme Leader Kylo, but they're all pretty standard teams that you'd use. What about Super Chat donation? I mean, I'd consider it. It's the reason I use PayPal, guys, is because YouTube and Twitch will take a big percentile cut out of that. With PayPal, it just goes straight to me, and that's the incentive for me. Could it be a mod problem? Well, no. If looking for any key tunes using GL fights that could. Oh, okay, fine. Right, let's start off with Empire then for Lord Vader. What are you using with your Lord Vader team? I mean, we've got Lord Vader. You got your Royal Guard. He's got enough relics there. I'm assuming your Maul is totally fine. Maul is at relic 7. That seems fine so far. And we modded right here. Let's see, we got speed, we got offense, we got health and health. I mean, it's okay modded for Lord Vader. Probably like to see maybe a smidge more offense, but that should be absolutely fine for anything that you happen to want to use with him. Let's go back over to Empire then. I don't know what teams that you guys typically use if you're using Darth Vader on your Lord Vader counter. Or if he goes on defense for you guys. Really depends. Perhaps use Thrawn. I think your Lord Vader team on the whole is pretty fine, to be honest. Rey teams over here. You got Rey. You got your Ben at R7. Your JTR at R7, obviously. She kind of has to be. If you got Cal. I mean, that's something to consider. Now, I don't know if you're looking to use this with the Unaligned Force user team down the road, but High Relic Cal is kind of useful for that. R7 at the minimum, I would say. Yeah, sorry, I'm just having a think at the moment. Typically with like a Rey team, if it's going on defense, for example, you might be using something like Sortie. R5, more is better, but it's okay. And then there'll be stuff like Barrisofi. Barrisofi at R5, again, it's better at higher relics. It's just the nature of the beast. The more health that she has, the more that she's going to be sharing when crits happen and stuff like that. The more max health that she's going to have, all this sort of business. I wouldn't necessarily call it a priority, though. This is a big boy account? Yeah, he's pretty big. Mods definitely factor into counters working? Yeah, for sure. There are some easier mods relics than others. Relics can make up for mods, but ultimately both is best. And then DCs on top of it. Shaved Wampa Shaved Wampa? Royal Guard, Maul, Vader, and Moff Gideon. Okay. Interesting. If you have 30 million data case, you can't get any more. That's true. Thoughts on First Order and Jabba? Yep, sure. We'll take a look at Hutt Cartel first and foremost. So, Hutt Cartel, you've got Relicate Jabba. Fine. Relicate on Santi. Fine. Typically speaking, you're using Bausch and Skiffguard Lando. I like to have more relic levels on them because the damage output is huge. And Embo at R5 with the Omicron. I think this is okay. If anywhere, I would invest more in Skiff and Bausch. I like the damage output of the team. But it should be able to get the work done that it's necessary. The Omicron on Kasantan for GAC is... it's alright. I've got it myself. It doesn't seem to move the needle enough, but I'm still not mad that I've got it. And then you said First Order, didn't you? First Order. Yeah, this looks like requirements. This is more or less where my First Order are, to be honest with you. They do everything that they need to do. Slacker kind of carries the team pretty heavily, truth be told. It's never really very good banners. And quite often you might be running things like, Watt or Armorer or something like that with Supreme League Color. And sometimes you're even using stuff like Datacron Zombie, although that's kind of on the out at the moment. First Order is less about relics and more about speed and turn order. I mean, there is that. Slacker does the work. I completely agree that. I completely agree there. Looks like you're taking a leaf out of Calvin Awesome's book and going for boatloads of health on your Slacker 569 speed. Nice. Yeah, I'm not mad at it. Survivability is great for Slacker because the way his mastery ramps and the way he gains damage is so much better than anybody else's, especially the longer the battle goes on. If he can survive something, he can kill it, basically. The Foo speed. Let's have a look. .292. 292 speed on Foo. And we'll check Hux, I guess. .295 speed on Hux with 205% tenacity. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't really push too much on First Order because I just rely on Supreme Leader Kylo Ren to do everything. You want Slacker, then Hux, then Foo, then Hux, then Foo. Yeah, so you can pass the turns back and forth and reset cooldowns, yeah? So, the turn order is correct. Turn order is correct. I mean, so long as those two go, so that you can just pass turns back to Supreme Leader Kylo Ren. I think ideally you want Foo going first, right? Because you can start off with a poke with Slacker, then you can pass turns with First Order Officer, then you can swipe, then you can pass turns and reset cooldowns with Hux, and then you can swipe or poke or whatever. Oh, sorry, Foo is slower. Sorry, I thought it was the other way around. I thought it was 295 on Foo. Yeah, you want Foo going first before Hux. Don't be the slacker on Inquisitorius, that's for certain, mate. That's for certain. They're a good team. They're a good team either way. I mean, we can take a look at Leia Rebels. I didn't mean to actually just click on Leia. I meant to check out the Rebels. The problem is the Rebel faction is massive. So, let's see. What do you run? Got Leia over here. You've got R2 and Drogon at Relic 8. Yep, totally fine. Don't really recommend using Toxic Leia. If you've got something like Baze and Chirrut, can be. Obviously, in the current Datacron setup, maybe not so much. I'll tell you what we did the other day was actually run Adrad and Jin. That was kind of cool. That was kind of cool. You got Old Ben. I mean, you could have a couple more relic levels on them. But, they're okay. Oh, your poor Chirrut. Your Chirrut's better than mine. But, When I saw the relic bays, I thought for sure you'd have Chirrut done. What's the layer team? You're crap at it. Well, the core 3 is obviously going to be R2 and Drogon. The last 2 slots is what's flexible. Usually people like to run tanks, like Ben can help counter like the Mon Mothma setup using the Bigskron. Ben can help disrupt that counter. You can run stuff like Mon Mothma for revives, but again, in a GAC environment, it's not ideal. You can run bays with Ben, for example. Like I said, I ran on offense Adrad with Jin, so they couldn't kill Jin and stuff like that. It was quite useful. So yeah, there's a lot of flexibility with the layer team. A lot of flexibility. Like PK says, you do want at least one tank. The last slot is kind of a bit of everything, anything. Some people run Kanan, for example, but I find that kind of weakens your Phoenix team. But yeah, quite a few things work. No worries, Numpty. Anything else you want us to take a look at, my friend? I mean, there's not really much point in checking out your C. Let's check out your Bane. Where's your Bane, Numpty? Where's your Bane? Why do you not have Darth Bane? Old Ben and Kanan can shut down a Maul Mounted counter. Can it, FN? Didn't know that. This Conquest. Oh. Numpty should be getting your Bane straight away. With the Bauschkron gone, I wonder what we'll use to beat Leia in TW now, other than a mirror. Jedi? JML with no revive crons? Wrong Bane, bro, wrong Bane. Just in time for the nerf. Probably JMK, Howie. No worry, Numpty. Thanks, buddy. Show us his Gungans. Absolutely. Let's check out the Gungans. Here it comes. The Gungaroos. Gungaroos over here. First Order takes down Leia. Yeah, I just think the banners aren't great, right? 1 second. I'll be back in 1 minute, guys. Apologies. Alrighty, cool. Did the 2 whale or fails on it? I still need to do that short of failing to whale. I definitely need to do that. Usually Slack are the only one standing. Yeah, that's the only problem, really. Especially in the current meta for GAC, it's all about efficiency. So I don't want low banner efficiency teams. Brian jumping in with a roster review. Let's grab that real quick. I got you, buddy. I'll add you to the list. All right. Excuse me. Where is my roster review list? There it is. Brian Starkiller. Okay, so we are going to be... Excuse me. We are going to be moving swiftly onto our next one very, very shortly here. Bear with me. Bear with me. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. Doom, boom, boom. Doom, 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 boom. Doom, doom, doom. Brian Star Killer, I've added you to the list now. You say you've donated. Let me check my messages here. Thank you so much. I haven't had the notification come up. That's why I'm saying that. But I can see it there. I wonder why the notification didn't pop up. That's interesting. Interesting. Thank you, Brian. So you've gone on the priority list, my friend. If you want to give me a little bit of context, how can I help you today? How can I help you today? What are you working on? What advice would you like from me, good sir? Thank you, Brian, for the donation. Brian is sad he donated. I think you probably meant to say Brian said he donated. Yes, he did. Zori Bliss, DC bug. CG confirmed it won't fix till after gank. Oh, really? What's the bug? What's the bug, PK? Thank you, Brian. I do appreciate you, my man. You'll make me a little jelly. I'm sitting at 4.8 mil and all these huge GPs popping up. Hey, Dave. We were all 4 million GP at one point. There was a time. Just the resistance level 6. I mean, yeah. Sorry, when you said Zori Bliss, I was like, what specifically about Zori Bliss? Not, I didn't realize it was just the level 6. Yeah, it's still, the level 6 is still bugged. Yeah, supposedly it's insta-kills having an issue with it, right? Gearing Leia and Jedi Knight Cal just unlocked. Wondering if going for Jabba or Backbone teams. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. All right, so Brian Starkiller over here is 10.6 million of our GPs. Very, very good business over here. Look at that R9 cat. Check you out. Check you out, buddy. So you said you just unlocked Jedi Knight Cal. Cast this. Okay, so investing in him is something that you're going to do or not going to do immediately. I get it. You probably got him yesterday, maybe even earlier today. So specific interactions with specific characters such as Zori Bliss. Oh, okay. I didn't read that part. Oh, interesting. Wonder what Zori Bliss has got to do with it. Not sure. Interesting. Leia before Jedi Knight Cal. Okay, so you've just unlocked Galactic Legend Leia. You're gearing her first, then you're doing Jedi Knight Cal. That was a misclick. I didn't mean to do that. I apologize. Oh, it's just come up. Okay, I didn't realize. I thought you were talking about the one they did earlier. Let's see. Where is your Leia? Where is your Leia? There she is. She's gear 12. Only got the 3 Zetas. It hurts. I feel the Zeta crunch. I feel it very acutely right now. So I feel your pain, Brian. I feel your pain. Long story short, absolutely. Gear your Leia first. That is the most important priority right now. Obviously, you got your Grogan, you got your R2. Probably use it with old Ben for the time being, and then just a +1. I can see you got Saw there. So are you working on Chirrut and Baze? Okay, they're just over here. That's fine. Yeah, okay, I'm on board with that. So, your next question was, should you go after Jabba the Hutt, or should you work on Backbone teams? Personally, everybody in the tribe will know my opinion on this, but I value and I rate going for a top-heavy roster over Backbone. I disagree with the terminology of calling anything but the GLs the backbone of your roster. I hate having this on carpet. Just the longer I sit down in one place, the harder it gets to actually move my seat anyway. So, in my opinion, Galactic Legends are the backbone of your roster. That's just my take on it, because they're the ones that get all the work done. You know what I mean? More importantly, Jabba the Hutt is the most valuable GL to get in the game right now. Okay, just because of Smuggler's Run 2 and the fact that he's very, very useful in all game modes, TB included. He's got a whole line of missions throughout that mix zone that he can basically full auto if you've got the relic levels there. So, really good business in TB, really good business in TW and in GAC, and also gives you access to Smuggler's Run, which will help you improve your mod score, giving you better mods over the long run. And who doesn't want better mods? Jabba is incredibly valuable, so just get him. Just get him before you think about going anywhere else. That's my take on it, okay? You have the second fastest JMLS in the game. Oh, really? Now I'm curious, Brian. I'm curious. Hey, what's up, Scene? Are you doing roster reviews for anybody? That's exactly what we're doing, Scene. I've tried that ship comp with the Scimitar as first reinforcement 3 times. Worked great and love it. Good stuff, Mad Max. I've only tried it once so far, but yeah. Okay, so you got 143k protection, 582. That is a fast JMLS and decent potency. You've got a pretty decent JMLS here. I'd like to see a hair more protection, but overall, that's a well-modded JMLS. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. We got protection, speed. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like, if this protection was up here. Like, the ideal way would be protection primary up here, and then having, like, a really high speed secondary. But this is still a lovely mod. Just in the chat scene, just in the chat. So essentially what it is I've got a list of people that have given me their ally codes. You just drop your ally code in the chat. I add you to the list. If you go through the pinned link and do a £5 donation, or a minimum £5 donation through PayPal, you get put on the priority list, so you jump up to the top of the list, basically. So just put it in the chat and I'll add you in. A mod score of 6.2. Brian, get you, buddy. That's a pretty decent mod score. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. I'll add you to the list real quick. Alex Sabatini. Scene Lex, make sure you separate your ally code digits with some sort of integer. Either a cross or a dash or a dot or whatever, just in case. Psy Silence, thank you so much. Add you all to the list. Now, I can't guarantee I'm going to get through even half of these, but I'll try my best. Pipe delimited is fun too. What? Pipe delimited? I'd work to find potency triangles so that you can complete the set instead of having a broken second set. Was it a broken second set? I didn't even... Thank you, Scene. Oh yeah, I didn't even see that. Yeah, a potency set. Yeah, because you're selling yourself short on the potency there, which would be a nice little uptick. I think it's 15% for a set. So I got your Scene. I've got that ally code there, or at least I'm trying to get that, but it's not playing nicely with me. And then we've got Jorge as well. 183-678 125. All right. I'm sorry, Bodo. Sorry, Manx. Can't be helped there. Okay, yeah. So my opinion, once you've finished off your layer and you've got your Jedi Knight Cal Kestis done, you immediately switch focus and you get Jabba. Let's take a look at your Hut Cartel. How far away are we looking? All right, so you've put some work into these guys already, and you've got Bausch layer done. So it's not going to be too terrible for you to get up there. And Solo, you'll just need a couple of relic levels as well. Yeah, definitely push for Jabba the Hutt after you've got it done. It'll make a big difference to your roster. You'll be able to get even more better mod scores. How good is that? How good is that? Yeah, sorry, Bodo, sorry, Manx. I can't control ads. Well, I can control ads, but I can't control all of the ads on Twitch. I never, like, hand on heart, I never push the show ads button deliberately. I've tested it once years ago. I was like, oh wow, let's never do that again. And I've accidentally pressed it once when I went to raid into a channel because the button is right next to it. Welcome back. You can control ads by subbing to... I mean, there is that. There is that. Welcome back, guys. Okay. All right. So I'm kind of curious as to what you consider to be your core teams that you're missing. I can see that we're missing... Like, the Gungans have no investment. You're not working on Bomando, which is totally fine. I'm on board with that. Curious to see, like, the little bit of investment in Keller and Beck. Paz was probably for... well, yeah, maybe this is for the current version of Conquest, right? Sorry, that should have clicked. You shouldn't need to do that. Even with these at no gear, you should be able to get those wins done quite easily. And that's fine. Let me have a look. So, yeah. I don't necessarily recommend jumping straight in on Gungans. If you can, if you have the latitude to do it, I think it's useful, but it's not for everybody. Tuscans you can safely ignore. Jedi Knight Cal Kestis is a total priority, but we know you're gearing up your layer team first. The Zeta on a Gear 3 character is quite funny. Is it Gear 3? Maybe Gear 4? Omega? Your Omega looks like mine. You don't even have the star, the star done. Anthony Papacharabambu. Sorry, mate. I just completely annihilated the pronunciation of your name there. Sorry about that. All right, let's keep going. Look at this Clone Wars Chewie. Gear 8 Clone Wars Chewie. What a gent. What a gent. Your Gar Saxon needs to be Relic 9. Santi is working on it. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this stuff like range troopers, some of your Imperial troopers could do with a little bit of loving. Even L3 to a certain extent could be done with finishing off to give yourself an extra tank, you know. Are these massive priorities? No, these are more nice to haves rather than, you know, really important characters to have. Yeah, sorry, Anthony. Papacharalambos. Where are you from, man? What kind of name is that? Like, culturally speaking. Makes me sad that Tuscans can be ignored. I wish more people would experience the joy they bring. I mean, fam, it's just the way it is. It's not that they're not good. I can completely agree that they are useful. It's just priorities, I guess. It's priorities. K2 can be useful with Rogue One. I'd say Azori Bliss, if anything, is something that you should consider taking to relics, like Relic 3, Relic 5, ideally. Just so that you can actually make use of her inside of your leftover Resistance faction. It's a good team. Both your parents are Cypriot. I was born and raised in California. Oh, wow, I didn't realize. Okay. It's cool. Thanks, man. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you could, please. That would be amazing. Help out your brother, Scribble. Help out your brother, Scribble. Your Night Sister Zombie is far more geared than mine. I'm jealous. I'm very jealous. Thuggy at Relic 5. Was that for operations or something? You counted Starkiller several times with Tuscans this past GAC season. They're pretty awesome. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not denying that Tuscans can do good work. With their Datacron as well. Ugh, they're disgusting. But they're still good. They're still good. I just don't like. I just don't prioritize them. If Crate was still the featured raid, I'd be like, yeah, sure, Tuscans, go for it. I would have done Tuscans by now if we were still doing Crate, but we're not. So I won't. Yeah, little things like Mando not being up to Relic, so you can't use him, you know, or can't use Datacrons with him. It's little things like that, and Grief as well. Imperial Troopers could definitely use a couple of Relic levels. But overall, like, your roster's in a pretty decent position. It just needs that little bit of fine-tuning, which will come over time. It'll come over time. You're at that point, I think, where your roster is pretty well developed throughout. You're just missing the polishing of things, right? You're missing the polish on stuff, which is just like a couple of missing relic levels here and there, and missing out maybe a team or two that could be useful. It's a mixed TB/PvP account. Yeah, that's fair, Brian. Wish they were required for something. Oh, the Tuscans. Maybe they will be one day. Yeah, when the Crate was around, they were a useful team there, but it's gone. R9 Bodhi. I beg your pardon? Holy mother of lords. This guy is the pilot. He is the pilot, baby. Rocking in his sex toy pistol over here, Relic 9. God damn. You got the Zeta and everything. Just missing that one mod going into up to 6E. That's all you need. You liked the Crate Raid, but they weren't even that important for that. Needed 2 high relics. I didn't like the Crate Raid, but they could at least get max points. Called Dank Ideals. Guy's just got the Kanye graduation shades. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. He's not even a pilot. He's the pilot, Jeremiah. He's the pilot. He makes himself useful in Mon Mothma teams. Yeah, I remember there was a time in the early days. I remember speaking with Loki. You guys remember Loki? He used to be at one point he was the #1 GAC player in the world before Datacrons. And he was showing me a video ages ago of Mon Mothma teams beating Rey using Bodhi. You know, Dank Ideals used to use Bodhi with Saul. You miss Loki? Loki is good people, man. I'm pretty certain he still kind of hangs out with the RSG lot. I'm pretty certain he went to the Vegas meetup not so long ago. Yeah, Loki did stop. Loki walked away from the game. I believe he walked away from the game. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that last missing mod is a bit of a kick. All right then. So, my good man Brian, is there anything else you want me to look at? Anything else that I can help with? You said you got a 6.2 mod score, which is pretty good, man. It's pretty good. Keep working on it, bro. I'm assuming your ships are kind of done. Oh, check out those datacrons. Check out those crons. Let's check out the fleets real quick before we move on. Finalizer missing a star. Leviathan missing a couple of stars. But otherwise, pretty much on point. This is painful. Check out the old Empire fleet, because we all love a good Empire counter. Yep. Decent enough. Just missing a couple of stars here and there. You know which datacrons to work on for the next set? I mean, the escalating conflict has got really good crons in it. Really good level 9s. But it's gonna depend largely on how you operate. Like, I love the Finn one for a Zori team. So, a Finn level 9 Zori team with the immunity to death. When if you haven't dropped everybody below 100% health, super, super good. Like, that's just going to mess up so many things. Level 3, death stacking offense. Kit Fisto is useful, but more situational if you've got him. Sith Assassin is a pass. Admiral Trench is great if you've got him, like as a really good cron. Geospy is a pass in my opinion. It's okay, but a lot of people don't have fully relic Geos, myself included. Kiadi-Mundi is okay. It's really not so bad. It's going to be spreading a lot of that armor shred. Looks like you're gaining protection up. Stacking is also quite useful. Stap, I have no idea. I've not looked at Stap because I don't have him invested. Whenever another Separatist ally uses ability and then we can target lock, Stap assists. That's very useful. When he uses a basic against a pin, gain 2 stack. Yeah, that seems very strong, truth be told. Count Dooku, in my opinion, is a complete skip because really you want to have Trench. Raze is useful for 3s at best, but I wouldn't go out of your way to get it. It's just kind of a nice to have because in 5v5s it's not going to matter. But Rey definitely with the can't die until everybody's lost 100% health and stacking stats on the level 3. You know, the 15% additional offense with 20 speed. Very, very useful. Mace Windu is trash tier. Get it if you want. Amlin Holdo, god tier. This is like, if you can't get any other cron, you get Holdo. Alright? What's a really good point about Finn cron with the level 6? I didn't even think about it. Yeah, for sure, dude. Like, Finn's cron is really good with Zori. What are Aiden's relic levels? She's relic 0, I believe. She's just gear 13. So Holdo is top tier, in my opinion. This makes Rey teams completely immune to Starkiller and just a pain in the ass for everything else. Keller and Beck, another god tier one. I know you don't have Keller and Beck done here, but Keller and Beck is absolute god tier. BB-8, trash tier. Darth Sidious, really, really good fun by the looks of things. He's not going to be like, I will counter everything, but he's going to counter a heck of a lot. So if you can get this, more power to you. You want to mod him for like speed and potency and he'll be golden. Jedi Knight Cal, forget it. It's okay. It doesn't add a lot, but it's better than not having anything, you know? Darth Bane, totally get it. Totally get it. It makes Bane more powerful. He doesn't need it, but why not? More power is more power. Rolled Holdo first try, no rerolls. My luck is now used. Ah, oh, congrats, Wild. Starkiller cries every time Rey gets a new toy, temporary toy. He does. But let's face it, Starkiller has had months and months and months of trashing on Rey. It's about time Rey can hold off against something again. You've got Omicid, nice. Unlimited power, yeah. So yeah. If you're going to get anything, get Holdo, get Bane if you can. Sidious looks like a hell of a lot of fun. If you've got Keller and Beck, absolutely get Keller and Beck. I really do rate stuff like Trench and Finn. The rest are kind of nice and situational to have. Like Raze is okay for 3v3. You don't want it in 5v5 because there's too much permakill. In 3v3, I imagine if you've got this, people are still going to JMK Cat. Probably. Probably going to JMK Cat. Or, well, no, you're probably not going to Jedi it. But, I mean, JMK Cat is Jedi, and you can get Jedi no revives. It just won't work on Cat. But, you know, if you get the kill with JMK, she's not going to come back, right? So, this is why I don't think it's massively important to get this one. It's just kind of a nice to have. Just a nice to have. It's better than the Holdo one in 3s, I feel. Maybe, I don't even know. Maybe Holdo is still better in 3s, but hey. Even with protection crons, JML versus... Yeah, JML in 3s versus Rey is sketchy. It's real sketchy. And don't forget that this cron has got a bunch of health. So, yes, you can stack your protection up to help your JML, but you can also stack a boatload of health on your Rey. And then you can have it, the level 6, so you have to take everybody below 100% health before you can even kill anybody. It's like, it's a timeout risk, and every time you are calling to assist, if she's got inspiration, she's gaining mastery, she's ramping offense. It's not a pretty picture. Like Rey, JML versus Rey in 3s is sketch. It's super sketch. You can certainly put your name down, Goodist, but it's the list is very, very long. It's very long. So what I'm saying is, unless a bunch of people drop out, it's highly unlikely that we'll get to you. Alrighty then. Alright, sweet. And that would be my recommendations, good sir. That would be my recommendations. Good luck, everybody, with farming your datacrons. I know I've had trash luck so far. Malicos is still going to snack on Rey, you think, /hope? In 5s, absolutely. In 5s, I do think so. He's got, permadeath, so the revive crons don't matter. He attacks under protection, thanks to the riposte. He still does boatloads of damage. I don't see Rey holding off against Malicos. I think it's going to be harder to counter. Thank you, Goodest. I'll just add you to the... I'll add you to the list. I'll add your name to the list, good sir. What's my 3v3 Rey counter going to be? Probably JMK Cat. Probably JMK Cat. With a Jedi no revive cron. If they've got that level 9 to revive Rey. If they don't have the Rey level 9, then I won't worry too much. Forget boatloads. These rocks do shiploads of damage. He pulls it out of the sky, you might say. You know what I mean? Okay, so next on my list. Next on my list is Hod Hod. Hod Hod, are you in the chat still, buddy? All right. Hod Hod is around. Do you want to give me a little context for your roster? You want to give me a little bit of context for your roster? Jabber in 3v3, probably Lord Vader. Pretty sure Malicos' rocks do more damage than Starkiller's Destroyer. It does. It does. So 3.7 million account here for Hod Hod 1863. Let me know. What are you working on? How can I help? How do you feel Padme will do, and who will work best with her? Too early to tell yet, Tom. Based on what we're seeing in Conquest, she's incredibly tanky. I don't know if they're using those skins for the, Galactic Republic officers as what's going to be representative Master Qui-Gon and Padawan Obi. I doubt it. But that Padme is incredibly tanky and survivable. It's like it's a timeout team, if anything. So we know it's going to be those two, for sure. Who the last slots are is really going to be dependent on the Qui-Gon and Obi kits, I think. So I don't want to hazard a guess. Alright, so you are working on Jedi Knight Luke right now and looking to work on Executor after that. Not sure what to work on after Exec and Jedi Knight Luke. You have very few teams for offense in GEC, especially since you moved to Chromium the other day. Okay, no worries. Say hello from me, I know him. Hello from Emanx. Emanx? I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Okay, so you're working on Jedi Knight Luke. First off, Hod Hod, why are you working on Jedi Knight Luke? Jedi Knight Luke is normally a stepping stone to, like, Jedi Master Luke. Why are you going Jedi Knight Luke and then swapping over to Exec? Yeah, well enough. Is it Emanx or Emanx? Oh, whoops. Misclick. Misclick. My sincerest apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and reopen my roster review list. I accidentally closed it. All right. You need Jedi Knight Luke for a lot? You do, yeah. You just want to get the Jedi team up and running, mostly a passion project on your end. Okay, fine. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just, I usually look at it in the context of, yeah, I mean, like, working on Jedi Knight Luke, but we need Jedi Knight Revan and all these sorts of business. Yeah, okay, so it's a long road. That's fine. Absolutely. Finish off your Jedi Knight Luke. Why not? Why not? You said you wanted to push for Executor, so you're going to need to have some bounty hunters done up. Your Bosk is already Relic 5. That's nice to see. Boba Fett is going to have to go up, and Cad Bane and IG-88. So you're a little bit away from the old exec, but that's totally fine. I am fully in support of you pushing for exec. It's a very good capital ship, and I always like to maintain that people should be prioritizing getting their capital ship so they can increase their crystal income every single day. The way to climb up in fleet is obviously by getting things like Executor and Profundity and Leviathan and all that sort of business. So the sooner you invest in that and the sooner you start getting those rewards, the better off and faster that the rest of your roster is going to develop. Good business. Good business. Get your exec done. How'd you join the list? You just drop your name, Yoda. Drop your name. So the way it works, guys, is everybody just drops their ally code in the chat. I'm going to write down your ally code. It's a first come, first served basis. If you donate through the PayPal link, which is pinned in the chat, then you will jump on the priority list and basically skip the queue. It's a minimum of £5 through that PayPal link, but there is no obligation to do that. If nobody donates, then we just go through all the free lists and everybody has a good time, hopefully. Fingers crossed everybody has a good time. For Jabba, which one is the... Sorry? Oh, you're talking about Jedi Knight Luke? Yeah, no, I completely agree, Owie. That's why I was saying, why are we getting Jedi Knight Luke if we're not pushing for JML or we're not pushing for Jabba? That's the part that confused me. It's like going for Jedi Knight Luke and then going, I'm going to go get Executor. Feels backwards to me. It should be either you get Executor and you go Jedi Knight Luke into JML or into Jabba, not Jedi Knight Luke, Executor, Jabba and JML, you know? Thank you, Alex. I'll go ahead and grab that. And besides that, Jedi Knight Luke is actually a really, really good unit. He's good. Thank you, Yoda. And you all to the list there. And you all to the list. Alrighty then. Okay, so why is there no GL Yoda? One of the great unanswerable questions of life, the universe, and everything. Should you relic Bando for Executor or safe at Gear 12? You need to relic Bando. You need to relic him. So, just trying to find Hod over here, and I guess to round out the CLS team. Let me go back and check what you've been saying. Just want to get the Jedi team up. Yeah, okay, fine. Check my cup. Well, we'll check your cup. I'll check your cup now. Yeah, there you go, level 69. You know how the memes work. You know how the memes work, brother. This is the way. This is the way. But what you haven't done is put a level 6 mod here and 9 mod here. 6 here, 9 there, 6 here, 9 there. That's where the real secret comes in. That's where the real secret comes in. You get 69, 69, 69. And if you could then get his power to be 69, 69, amazing. Unbeatable. But there is only so many permutations of 69 that you can get on one cup. Alright, cool. I like that you got Supreme Leader Kylo Ren as well. That's good business. Okay, so when it comes down to where do you focus after you've gotten your Executor, I'd say, seeing as though you've already pushed for Jedi Knight Luke, maybe think about pushing for Jabba. Jabba, in my opinion, is more valuable than getting JML, but only by a hair. JML is a really fantastic unit and gives a lot of viabilities to additional game modes, most notably Conquest, but the benefit for your modding that you get from an early Jabba would be huge, because you're still relatively early game here at 3.7 mil. Relatively early game. So being able to benefit from you getting Smuggler's Run 2 done every month, every 3 weeks, however frequently it comes round. You had him at 69 power, no idea why it changed. Ah, rip. Maybe you put on some gear on him or something. yeah, getting an early Jabber just means you'll be able to improve your mods at a much faster pace over the longer term, which is a huge, huge benefit, truth be told. Jabber is also just really good in PvP and PvE game modes in general. So I would say have that as a consideration. Typically speaking, I like to see a lot of focus on fleets early game. So if you can climb to the top of Fleet Arena with just Executor, which is completely doable, by the way, it can beat pretty much everything. It can beat everything, let's be honest. Then great. But the consideration comes later on around, the older your shard gets, the harder it gets to climb and maintain, and you don't want to be spending, 5 battles a day trying to get into first in fleet. So I always like to say that try and have your fleets done before you finish your Galactic Legends. Not necessarily, I must get Leviathan and Profundity and Executor before my first GL, but try to at least have, one good capital ship per GL. Maybe that's a good sort of rule of thumb. So you've got Slacker, but you get an Executor. You get Jabber, maybe consider getting Profundity. You go after Jabber, you go to JML or something, maybe consider getting Leviathan. Leviathan is the odd one out because he's a really heavy investment. And I'm not sure many people can justify, getting R9 Malak and R9 Darth Revan super early. It's very expensive. Not in real monetary terms, just in game terms, to get characters up to Relic 9. Just checking the chat here. Just came from watching another Saga vid where they made a statement that you are in the mid-game once you buy the Hyperdrive bundle. Pardon my French, YouTube. Please don't cancel me for saying this, but bollocks. Unless it's an old account. Hyperdrive bundle, you can buy the Hyperdrive bundle at 10 million GP. Does that make you a mid-game player? You can buy the Hyperdrive bundle when you've got 100 GP. Does that make you a mid-game player? No. Hyperdrive bundle got nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. If you had nothing but the Hyperdrive bundle, you're early game. You're early game, very early game. You don't have any sort of depth to your roster. You've just got this mid-level bloat across the entirety of your roster, or across 60% of your roster. But yeah, Hyperdrive bundle, and it does not equate to mid-game rosters. Getting Malgus and Malgus' ship through Proving Grounds takes a long time. That's the problem with the Leviathan. It is a big problem, truth be told. It is a big problem, because Proving Grounds is a long old grind and an expensive one. All the more reason to push out your Leviathan farm. All the more reason to do that. But definitely push for the Profundity. It's a very valuable ship, but probably after you've done Jabber. I'd like to see Jabber in there pretty lickety-split. And generally speaking, I value pushing through GLs. Okay, so you can go Jabber into JML, but maybe fit in Profundity in between, just to get additional capital ships under your belt. Make sure that you also don't neglect getting things like Malevolence and Negotiator. So I'd recommend getting the Malevolence first, just to unlock, and then swapping over to get Negotiator. Malevolence works perfectly well at sort of I think it's 5-star unlock, is it? It's 4 or 5-star unlock, I can't recall. I think it's 5-star. He'll be able to operate perfectly well at that, thanks to all of the summon droids anyway, and Negotiator is much better to get up to 7 stars. So I'd unlock the Malevolence, and then swap over to get the 7-star Negotiator. Mid-game is at 4 million GP earliest, I'd say. Then you've only just entered the mid-game territory. I'm 4.6 with 2 GLs and exec. Sure. It depends how we want to classify it. You could go early game, mid-game, late game, and end game. I would say I'm probably just now pushing into late game. I wouldn't call it end game just yet. Because end game is 13 million GP. You're literally focusing on just mods and datacrons and getting, those relic 8s and 9s rather than just 5s and 7s. I'm early game at 10 million because I haven't bought the... Exactly, Jar Jar. You're early game. Just on by to say thanks for the most recent Conquest vids as per usual. Absolutely fire. Thank you, brother. Is the JP Morgan of Conquest cheese. Thank you, Aslan. Appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you and the rest of the meat bags. What are the stages like when you're in mid-game? When are you in late game? Well, that's it, right? There's a lot of subjectivity around it. Generally speaking, it has to do with roster depth overall, right? Mid-game, I'd have to say you'd have to be operating with some of the best capital ships and at least a handful of GLs. Do you know what I mean? If you haven't even if your rosters isn't even messing around with relic levels, then you're early game, in my opinion. Anything before a decent chunk of relic levels is still early game. You can force your way through into a late game scenario, but if you don't have mod depth, then you're going to really struggle. You know what I mean? Somebody could like buy all the Lightspeed bundles day one, right? And they might jump up to like 3 million GP, have a bunch of relic characters. Does that make them mid game? Not really. Not really. They have zero experience. There's going to be a bunch of holes in their rosters and absolutely no Zetas and no mods to work with. So it's tricky. It's really hard to quantify. What part of the game would you say 3 GLs and 1 fleet at 8 million? Kyber 4? Probably mid-game. Probably mid-game. You've got 3 GLs, 1 fleet. Like, I mean, I would like to see more investment in the fleets. But hey. Hey, peace out, Rob. Can't stay for the Dreamies. Oh, I'm sorry. Did we have a Dreamy redemption? I didn't see. We did indeed. Apologies. We'll get the Dreamies in a minute. You made Kyber with 5.5 mil and 1 GL and 1 fleet. My mid-game experience was super rough. Just didn't get the depth. Didn't have the depth to keep up. Yeah. Exactly. And that's the crazy thing, you know? We've had 6 million GP players on these roster reviews that have got like 5 GLs as well. It's like, holy moly. Holy moly. These hyperdrive bundles can create amazing whale accounts. Lightspeed bundles, sorry. Okay, so I think that's kind of your short shirt. That's kind of your shirt. Your short to mid-term plan. Finish off your Jedi Knight Luke. Push in, get that Executor done. Super important to get that 1 GL capital ship on the field as quickly as possible, right? I'd recommend you go into Jabba. Then you need to make the choice between either getting JML or dropping into Profundity. Either one is fine. Whichever one you do first, do the other one after. And that will set you up for the next 6, 7, 8 months, depending on how long it takes you to farm stuff. How long is the queue? Longer than your average picnic. It's quite long right now, Muchi. Gonna lurk? Time to do actual work. Oh my god, Bazinga, I'm sorry. Big Papa Bump. He is indeed. So I'm gonna get back to Kyber. Yep, Jabba makes a big game changer. No worries, Hod. No worries, buddy. Okay, I'm going to take a quick toilet break and we will be jumping into our next roster. Our next roster is going to be Gregorio Jimenez. So hopefully he's still in the chat. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you make a $5 donation through the PayPal, you will get put on the priority list and skip the queue. Be back in 1 moment. we have a certain smudge bear. Because it is officially time for the Dreamies. It is the cheer stream tonight, Hellscream. How you doing, bro? Ah, okay, damn. Oh, he's a good bear. Good boy. Good boy. Come on, Smidges. Nick Dream Disc? Down you go. Now it's time for the rather dangerous one. How old is he? He's about 4.5. This is Indie Kits. She's just over a year. Ow! Don't bite the finger. No. Ow! Hey, stop. Hey, no. Naughty little girl. Ow, 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 my thumb. Ow. Look at this, look. You're biting me. Ow! You naughty girlie. You naughty girl. Yeah. She's a cutie, but she's a bit vicious. Go and smidges. Where'd you go? All right. Let me just catch up on the chat. Sorry about that. Jeremiah believes he is next. Let me just double check that, Jeremiah. No, you're 2 away yet, Jeremiah. We've got Gregorio, Castro, and then yourself. So yeah, it's going to be Gregorio Jimenez next. Not just any smudge bear. Exactly. Smudge bear is better than your average bear. Thank you, George. Appreciate you. Thank you, Anthony. You needed it? I'm glad, fam. Yeah, so Smudgy is about 4.5. And Indy is just over a year and 3 months. Can I get on hold and review the account until I get back? Yep, absolutely, Jeremiah. Can you get a review? I put your ally code above. Oh, Zion. Sorry, I didn't see that. Yes, the queue is rather long. If you wish to get your review in for certain, you'll have to go through the PayPal to make a min £5 donation. But absolutely, I've added you to the list, and that is Zion. No problem. No problem. Let me go through. The Void craves flesh and blood. The Dreamies are just for texture. She likes the crunch. Yes. Is the Sidcron the second coming of the Omi Wampa? Aslan, it looks pretty damn good, to be fair. Don't bite the hand that feeds you, kitty. No, she continually bites and scratches the hand that feeds, which is why my hand is full of holes. I have a holy hand. How many people are in the free queue? Currently, I'd have to count, dude. There's quite a lot. Let's see. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Currently, the free queue is standing at a grand total of 24. Quite a lot. Quite a lot. So let me get Gregorio Jimenez's ally code and we will jump in. Gregorio, if you're still around, good sir, can you give me a little bit of context around your roster and how I can help you today, good sir? Let me know. There is no tastier hand in the world than the one that feeds you. It's kind of like when somebody else makes you something to eat, it always tastes better. Am I happy with your Titan chair? The thing I don't like about my Titan chair is how terrible it is at rolling around on carpet. It's really bad at rolling around on carpet. Other than that, it's a very comfortable chair. It's hard, it's a firm chair, but I enjoy a firm chair. You can do that in 10 seconds easy. Absolutely. I mean, I could probably like call out all the ally codes and say, you know, get good scrubs. That could work. Okay, so slowly working on Lord Vader. Next main focus is Bomami. Oh, Bomami. Mostly looking for advice on where to fill in some higher relic levels such as Zori. Maybe anything else that jumps out to you. Mods. Okay, Gregorio. Not... Sorry, when I said okay, Gregorio, just then, my phone picked it up as me saying, okay, Google, and brought up the Google Assistant. It's like, no, not today. Shush, Google. But they're not listening to us all the time, guys. They're really not. Oh, yes, get in. Sorry, I've just had a notification on my phone that Wales just beat Finland in football 4-1. Wales actually winning something for once. Amazing. Okay, cool. You like the Jar Jar pics? Thank you, buddy. Check it out. It's a very serious Jar Jar pick. It's a very serious Jar Jar pick. So this is the Boomer Fund. We've raised enough money to be able to buy ourselves the marquee pack so far. Just good business. Pog. But that's what all the money that we raise from these roster reviews goes to. So, Gregorio Jimenez, he says he has just finished... Oh, no, sorry. He is slowly working on Lord Vader. He wants to focus on Bomami next. You're missing your ult on Jedi Master Luke. What's that about, brother? Brother, what's that about? You're working on Lord Vader. Why do you not have JML's ult? Gregorio, answer yourself. You need to pay for your sins against Jedi Master Luke Skywalker. I've never watched a game of basketball, actually, Goodest. Fam. How many people left in the paid queue? Nobody's in the paid queue at the minute. Seen. Nobody's in the paid queue. To my knowledge, at least, I don't think. We had one person join the paid queue earlier. I don't think anybody else has made a donation yet. Yeah, the paid queue is completely empty at the minute. So we're just running on free reviews right now because that's how we roll, baby. No need? Gregorio, wash your mouth out with soap, mate. He's Relic 7 and he doesn't have his ultimate. You need to have a word with yourself and then call yourself a silly little sausage and fix that. Preferably, like right now. Go fix it. Owie, that is shocking. With an account like yours, with all of the resources you have available, you've got a JML with no ult for 3 years. People are dumb. Like, sort your lives out. Sort your lives out, guys. Come on, man. Yeah, damn. You's ein big doodle. Indeed. Because people be crazy, Wolf. People be crazy. So you want some advice? That's my first bit of advice. Take your JML to Relic 9 and put the ult on him. You've never needed his ult to do the counters I use him for? So? I was convinced to take JML to Relic 9. Well, I mean, it's only the best Relic 9 in the game. Because they've been lied to until they lied to themselves. Yep. This is the way. This is the way. Yeah. Okay, so apart from that, you're working on Lord Vader as your last GL, which is probably how it should be. We've had a couple of roster reviews in the past where people have gone for Lord Vader first, and I'll be like, are you crazy? You're a masochist? Do you want to not enjoy your process in Galaxy of Heroes? But people are like, I just love Lord Vader. And that's absolutely fine. I like to see him going last because, you know, that is... it's the most painful Lord Vader... most painful Galactic Legend farm there is. All I'm seeing right now is that, yes, you've got all the GLs, but they're all kind of low relics. I say low relics. Relic 7 is now considered low. For a Galactic Legend, Relic 7 is what I would consider low. Couple more Relic 8s in here would look nicer. JML at Relic 9 would look fantastic. Let's check out your fleets. Want to make sure that you're looking popping over here. Okay, you've got your Exec Leviathan and Profundity, just missing 1 star off the Profundity, and that's totally fine. Profundity works really well without having to be 7 stars. Let's check out the Empire fleet real quick. Just want to make sure that you got all those counters popping, baby. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, looking good. Looking good. I like your fleet game. Your fleet game's pretty strong. Obviously, as soon as you finish off that Profundity, you're going to be in a real good position. Hold those up in there. Do we have a rather wonderful comeuppance? We do have a wonderful comeuppance. Yeah, you're absolutely right about your Zori Bliss. So let's just take a look. Yeah, Zori Bliss. I mean, she could be worse. Relic 3 is okay. Relic 5 is better, but it's these are small sort of middling comments more than anything. So long as you've got the OG Finn Zeta lead, you're going to be in kind of a good position. So yeah, a couple of relic levels on Zori will help, but it won't be earth-breaking. I like immediately having one to give to the next GL. You might be waiting 2 years for that. That's such a waste. Such a waste. I'm getting Lord Vader before Leia. They are the only GLs I have left, so I mean, I'm not missing out. No, I mean, there's nothing wrong. He's still a very useful GL. It's just painful to get him. It's very painful to get him. All right, let's get this gone. You said you wanted to look at spots in your roster. So let's take a look at spots. You said you're going for Bo Mami, actually, didn't you? Paz is done. Fabulous. Grogu is kind of there. You've probably got all the gear ready for him, I assume. And Kelleran is missing 2 stars. That's absolutely fine. Yeah, so great. You're on track to get Bo Mando. We don't know when the next event is coming around, I don't think, but maybe it's going to be in about 2 weeks. It's quite often at the start of the month, but we don't know. Maybe it's going to disappear for a number of months. Who knows? Who knows? Could you check your account through ally code? That's what we're doing at the moment, Lucas, but there is a long list ahead of you. There's a long list. We've got about 24 roster accounts to go through. Roster accounts? Roster reviews to go through. So, up. All of these are fine. All of these are fine. All of these are fine. Stapp has got some good gear investment. Good on you, mate. And your Captain Tarples. Oh. Did you not do the bonuses? Oh, no, wait a minute. You need to take it to 4-star minimum, didn't you? Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I like that you're investing in the new units even if you don't have the stars for them. It's kind of cool for the later stuff, so at least you'll know, well, as soon as they go free to play farmable, I can jump on them and then I don't have to worry about gear. It's kind of useful. Kind of useful. So Juhani is more TW oriented. You don't necessarily need her. Tuscans, we've gone over this before, and Night Sisters to a certain extent. You don't necessarily need them. Admiral Trench should be a Relic 9 character. Sort your life out. Phoenix is fine. All of this at the moment is totally fine, not having masses of investment in. Yeah, I mean, potentially something like Shore Trooper, but we're being incredibly pernickety at this point. Keller and Beck will be phenomenal once you've got him up to Relic 7, obviously. Royal Guard. I know you're working on Lord Vader right now, but Royal Guard is one of the units that you'll probably want to take up to higher levels. Lord Vader teams in particular, more so than any other sort of mastery stacking team in the game, benefits from having his entire team at high relics. So taking Royal Guard up to sort of minimum Relic 7 is going to be in your interest because that's a lot more mastery for Lord Vader to absorb, as it were. But obviously it's not a priority right now because you're probably stuck putting relic levels on a bunch of the other characters. But something for you to consider down the road. MJ. Yeah, it's not a clever trade, Wolf. It's not a clever trade. The only benefit that it really has, the only true benefit of not putting JML's ult on straight away, is when they do those double drop events and you get basically double drops. That's the only benefit, and that might happen once or twice a year. What was that?
Essex Baby tipped £6.90. I ask for a review soon.
Well, thank you kindly. We just had a donate. I wonder why that didn't come through earlier. That's interesting, because we didn't get the notification earlier. But yes, thank you so much. Thank you kindly, good sir. Thank you kindly. Let me just refresh this page here just to see it. Essex, you actually want a roster review, huh, buddy? I ask for a review soon. Absolutely, Essex. Totally, we'll get you in after this one, buddy. We haven't even got to you yet, Jeremiah. You are still 2 away at the moment. Back in my day, I hoarded JML's ult for Kenobi. I regret nothing. That's slightly different, though. It's slightly different if you don't have all your GLs already. You know what I mean? Needs to get the Zeta on there? Yeah. Yes, he does. That Zeta is actually very, very useful. But I imagine it's just because he hasn't finished the farm yet. So I'm assuming it's planned. Just want to make sure. Royal Guard, it's worth taking up. He's a decent tank as well. He's a decent tank. So let's keep on looking here. I mean, yeah, sure, Range Trooper and stuff like that, they can go to further relics, but it's not a massive priority. Carl Saxon, Death Troopers, ISC, Nihilus, and Resistance Trooper. I mean, all of this is kind of standard business. Yeah. The Newt. The Newtals. All of this is looking really normal at the minute. Normal business. That looks like my B2 Super Battle Droid. Via's Bays. I like to see the Bays there. Bays and Chirrut, probably for the Chirrutcron. I wish I had this myself, to be honest with you. I don't know if they need Zetas, though. I don't have this team geared at all, so I can't really comment on that one. Again, Scion is probably somebody that might like a couple more relic levels, but he gets kind of outshone by Savage in GAC regardless. Hell, even outside of GAC. 000 and BT1 are units that you can take to higher relics as well. Feeds into TB, makes them more reliable as a counter, but not a priority again. Just something for you to keep in mind. Same with GBA really, he can be a very useful tank, particularly if you want to use him with C or something like that. Having him at least at Relic 3 so you can use datacrons on the team is something worth considering in my opinion. Zeta on Omega? I didn't say anything about Omega, did I? On Royal Guard? Of course, that was back in the day of Lightside Geo when the ult was even more valuable. Yeah, the ult was super clutch then. And just being a dick, I might ask for one on the ult in the future, help those guys first. Oh, thanks, Essex, but absolutely, you can have a review anytime you want, buddy. You know that, my brother. Thank you so much. But yeah, consider taking GBA up to at least Relic 3, so that if you do happen to need him to go with either C or something like that, that you've got the ability to throw datacrons on that team. Very useful. Obviously, he's better with more Relic levels, but hey, because of the whole stat sharing and boosting element of it. All of this is pretty good business so far. Oh, you do have some investment in your Tuscans. That's interesting. I'm pretty certain I saw some Tuscans that were like, oh, it's just the Shaman. This is painful to see. This is painful to see, my friend. What's going on, Lava Crawler? Good to see you again, Duddy. Royal Guard, got it? Yeah, Royal Guard. The fact that you've got like a full Relic Tuscan team apart from Shaman is just kind of painful. It's like, oh man, like you were this close to greatness. You could have had a really useful team with Datacrons, and that Datacron, which is gone now, I believe, that Datacron set was actually really obnoxious. Something to consider for the future, potentially. How does one require a roster? Is it through Discord? No, it's just by dropping your ally code in the chat here. Essentially, it's free for everybody. I write down your name, I add you to a list on a first come, first served basis. Anybody that donates through the PayPal link gets to jump ahead of the queue, and they go on the priority list. And that's it. That's it. If nobody donates, we just go through all the free roster reviews, and I'm quite happy to do that. So where were we? Where were we? We were over here somewhere. Tuscans, yep, fine. Saw again, I mean, this is more for... I know you've got your bays and your Chirrut and everything like that. You could invest more to get into using TB, but it's not a priority in my opinion. just keeping your options available to you. Ahsoka Tano Fulcrum is somebody I would like to see at like Relic 7, just because if you're using a Sia Malicos team, she really brings the pain, especially in TW. So the more Relic levels to boost her offense, within reason, 7 or 8, she's not a Relic 9 character, is valuable. Let's keep on going. Keep on rocking, baby. You know what time it is. General Hux can go further to make finalizer counters useful, but I don't personally rate it. I think the finalizer team has generally fallen off in recent years. Thank you, Anakin. I'll just grab your ally code and add you to the list, buddy. Anakin Lava, baby. What do you prefer, Ninth Sister or Crew on a Sia Malicos team? I usually use OG Kylo. Honestly, that last unaligned Force user, it's kind of irrelevant. But then again, I'm speaking of the perspective of using it on offense in GAC. If you're placing it defensively in TW, we typically use Ninth Sister. So, yeah. Okay, yeah, so we've spoken about a couple more relic levels over here on Zori. I think that's going to add value. R7 Plo Koon, you're ready for the new raid, aren't you? Darth Traya again. Somebody that has more relics on this character over here. On her and Nihilus and Savage and stuff like that really ups the survivability of the team. Traya is really a team about, can we survive long enough for Nihilus to annihilate people? The more relic levels, the easier that becomes. Boba Fett, Sign of Django, is probably the best Conquest unit ever introduced, so I don't know why you've only got him. I'm being sarcastic. He does have his use, but only if you're going to be using his TW-crons, really. If that's the case, take him to R7, throw a couple more Omni-Mats on him, and have fun. And have fun. Cal Kestis, again, I feel like Cal Kestis is very useful in a raid team. The more relic levels he has, the bulkier he becomes, the more he can heal up your team, and he'll have additional evasion. So, worth considering. Worth considering. Cam can go to R7 for the damage output. We're getting really pernickety at this point, to be honest, dude. Oh, I like that your BT1 has got extra relic levels. That's nice. Because now your Trip 0 is at relic 5, wasn't he? Jedi Knight Revan again? I mean, potentially. Potentially. Missing an Omi on Ben. I assume it's the attack under protection one. Fat Boba better than Bane? Imagine! I know, right, Manx? Ah, the redeemed one. Okay. He's only better at being a garbage bin to throw your resources into. We got the Omi over here on the cash spender. That's perfectly acceptable, specifically if you've got Vandor. I didn't check your account for Vandor, actually. Ooh, your Vandor is R7. It's popping. It's bussing, baby. I like it. Let's go all the way down. It would have been quicker if I'd have reversed this, to be honest, but there we go. Alright then. Yeah, there. And there. The Wampa Army R6, this is all fine business. To be honest, I think you're in pretty good standing, dude. You know, I've called out a couple of characters. Cat again, maybe R7. I called out a couple of characters to maybe bump up just a little bit. But overall, you're in a good position. The best thing that you can do for your roster right now is ult your damn JML and take him to Relic 9. God damn, guys. Dadbot is pretty damn good in TW. His main use is countering Lord Vader, which everyone knows. We're always short supply of Lord Vader counter. I always struggle to think, what am I going to use against Lord Vader? Every day. He's good. He's good with TW armies. It's just people don't care about TW. So they'll just call TW characters trash. It's just the nature of the beast. Your roster's in pretty good standing though, Gregorio. I like it. You can't get through Padme in Conquest. What to use? Jedi Knight Luke lead, Abstergod. Jedi Knight Luke lead with Jedi Knight Revan, Jedi Knight Cal. Have fun. Mark down Padme at the start. Yeet her out with Jedi Knight Cal. Profit. So much cost, so many counters. I know, right, fam? I know. Alright then. Also good with bounty hunters, especially in 3v3 for a fast contract. That's actually true, Wolfie. You turned me on to that not so long ago. Was it against Adrad on defense? Where you can trigger contract super quick. Going like Boba, OG Mando, Dadbod Boba. Just because he does so many multi-hits that you can trigger contract incredibly quick. Players only hate TW if they have a trash mod score? I mean, I'm not sure how true that is. I think just I think it's more around community sentiment towards TW in general. Like, it's kind of cool to hate on TW. Kind of like how it's cool to hate on the sequel trilogy and that sort of thing. You know, it's like, yeah, screw TW, crappy game mode, because that's what people think. You know, I enjoy TW. I always have. Oh, mod suggestions. Sorry, Gregorio. I mean, you've got an 11 million account. Looking through your mods is going to take a long ass time, dude. If you have a couple of teams you want me to look at, I will happily do that. But I'm not going to look at all the mods on all your characters. That'll take me hours. 1 second, let me grab your ally code again. I'm more than happy to check specific teams that you want to call out. But yeah, a full mod review would take hours, mate. And yeah, I'm not going to do that. Oh, that sucks, fam. That sucks, dude. I like TB more than TW just because of the rewards. I mean, the rewards for TB are pretty decent. The raid rewards are the best. Doom, doom, doom. You dislike it because it's too much coordination for the officers. Trying to clear walls of 50 characters coordinating over time zones is difficult. I agree. I think that's a problem inherent with TW at the moment. Oh, just mod score? Oh, absolutely, Gregorio. Absolutely. Let's run your mod score, shall we? Mod score. Ally code. Throw it in. Let's see how your mod score's rocking. You've got 11.0. So just over 11 mil. And your mod score is 7.68. I think that is the highest that we've had on the channel. So congratulations. Congratulations, Gregorio. That is a banging mod score, brother. For an 11 mil account as well. I like it. Look at all these 25s. Look at all these 25s. That is loads. You must have like close to 125 pluses. 55, what's that? 88. 96. Yeah. Get you with like 103. 104, something like that. Nice stuff, buddy. Nice stuff. Gregorio Jimenez over here, just big swing in it. You know what I mean? Are you investing enough? I would say you've got really good, solid investments in your mods compared to your GP. Really, really good. Your mods are ahead of your GP curve, in my opinion, which is really strong. Is it enough? No. No, God, no. More. You can never have too many mods. Just keep on investing. All right, good business. Thank you, Gregorio. It was a pleasure to look at your roster, my friend. It was a pleasure. Oh, looks like I've got a notification here. Insert witty message. Clutch, thank you so much for the $5 donation there, buddy. Appreciate you. Insert witty comment. Thank you, brother. Am I investing enough? 2 girls, 1 cup squad for TW. Hell yes. Oh, you had ads. Oh, I'm sorry, Gregorio. I'm not sure what you last saw. Oh crap, I need to do this. Thank you for the super chat there, Gregorio. Not Gregorio, sorry, Clutch. Appreciate you, buddy. Just the mod stuff. We were saying that you have got the highest mod score that I've seen on the channel so far for these mod reviews. So hats off to you. Your mod score is slightly ahead of the curve, is where I would place it for your GP ranking. Having a 7.6 at 11 million GP is really, really solid. You asked if it's enough, and I said no, because it's never going to be enough. You can always have more mods, you'll always need more mods. It's really good work, though. Looks like you've got just over 125 pluses, which is huge. Just keep farming them, dude. Like, you'll never have enough mods. Never have enough mods. Ah, Essex gifting a tier 1 sub to Gregorio. Thank you so much, brother. Running bald, man, you walked into a good time. That's what you walked into. Don't tell that to CG. You keep telling me I can't have more mods. Tell me about it, Ruler 2. Hey, Storm, how you doing, brother? Can also hack your score to 8+ with 6-dotting all your 14 speeds. I mean, that does help. Maintain the course. Yeah, no, you've got really good mods, dude. Really good mods. 7.6 is a very solid, respectable mod score. It's never going to be enough. A universal saying that goes for anything and everything. You're not wrong, Anakin Lavacrawler. You are not wrong. Okay, let me check my list. We've just finished up on Gregorio Jimenez. Next up is Castro. Castro, are you in the chat? Sound off if you're in the chat. Castro. Currently farming JML and farming Profundity on the side with the intention of going for that afterwards. Okay. Just about to get an exec to 5 stars. Okay. So farming JML, farming Profundity on the side. I'm assuming you just mean stars. Because I wouldn't want you to be trying to R9 your ADRAD at the same time as relicking up for JML. With the intention of going, okay, so yeah, as soon as you're done with JML, you want to get Profundity. I love that. And you're about to get exec to 5 stars. Okay. So you've unlocked your exec. It's about to go up. 4.7 mil. I'm loving this, dude. I'm loving this. This is a good start. This is a good start, brother. Oh. Just a little bit. Okay, so 4.7 mil. You've already got your Supreme Leader Kylo Ren, and you've already got your Saxecutor. That's huge. I love it. I love it very much. I can see that you've got a 7-star Malev as well, and you're working on your Nego. Personally, I would have done this the other way around, but totally fine. Totally fine. You don't really have the investment in the characters to really make massive use of them just yet. Anyway, that will come with time, but that's totally fine. Man, I wish I had a snack. Snack tea. Okay. So, you're working on JML. I need to remind myself of what the actual characters are to get JML. But I know that we do need to get Jedi Knight Luke, who is done. That's rather wonderful. And I know that you do need to have stuff like Mon Mothma, for example. Yo, crap. Accidentally double-clicked there. My bad, y'all. My bad. Let's get that up and popping. Oops. Alright, so yeah, Mon Mothma still needs a little bit of work. It looks like wow, that is an early investment in that Omicron over there on that ADRAD at Gear 9. Love to see it. Duff Cake with a $5 donation. Thank you, Duff. Appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, brother. Let me quickly get this up here. You done with Conquest yet? Absolutely, Storm. Finished this morning, buddy. Finished this morning. Getting Radis to 7-star and finishing off the ships. Slowly saving up crystals to get the droid brains as my guild isn't high enough to get them. Clever business, Castro. Clever business. I definitely value it. We were actually talking about it, and we had a similar-ish position roster earlier today. You were probably around, but somebody did have Supreme Leader Kylo Ren, and they were working on Executor, and I think they were pushing for Jedi Knight Luke at the time. And I was saying, get JML and Profundity. You're going to put your roster in a really strong position for GAC, which is what I value. Let's go back. I want to see how high you are actually in Arena right now with your 4-star Executor. I imagine you can climb pretty high. Okay, 29th. Are you able to climb up into top 10, Castro, or do you struggle getting into top 10? Sorry, PayPal ain't working, sent with that. Oh, that's fine, Duff Cake. Did you want to get a roster review, my friend? You guys are fast with Conquest? I mean, yeah, I go pretty hard on it because I need to make videos on it. So thank you, Duff. Appreciate you, brother. Best advice you can give? Don't farm Profundity. Not me, that was for sure. I mean, that's not that. Shh. That's terrible advice, Amanx. Jedi Knight Luke worked. Only my Revan died at the end and already lost 120 energy. Thank you. I'm glad I can help, Abs to God. I'm glad I can help, brother. Did you beat the 300? No, God no. 300 is a lot. It just says YouTube getting a slice. Yeah, exactly. Oh, well, that's very kind of you, Duff. Appreciate you, brother. You normally hover around the mid-20s, managed to get 16th a couple of weeks ago. Okay, fair. So you will benefit from additional stars over here. The profundity will probably help you climb better, truth be told. I don't know if it's just a case of you've got a very active fleet shard. Sounds like you probably do. What's my favourite part about the Swugger community? The fact that I can stream this and have a good time with people. And, you know, I can make a bit of side money on it. I think it's just a wonderful community, to be honest. This community is absolutely full of incredibly supportive units and a bunch of really good content creators as well. It's a nice environment to be in. No, Saoirse, our list is massively long. Like, you're where are you? You're number 17, and we're currently on 4. So, JKL mods, absolutely, we can look at Jedi Knight Luke mods. Okay, you're rocking an offense set and a crit chance set. Offense primary. Okay, so the defense primary is the one I'd take issue with. So you're running him slow. I take it you use Jedi Knight Luke's leadership rather than throw him under a Jedi Knight Revan team. Is that right, my friend? Zion, you're even later than Saoirse. Let me just double check. I don't have the list right in front of me right now. So Zion, you are... Yeah, you're like practically 30, mate. You are 27. Isn't it past my bedtime? It's getting there. It's 10 to 11. Going to sleep now and rewatch. We'll rewatch tomorrow. Farming Jedi Knight Cal Kestis now and farming C-Rex and Zori. We'll jabber next because it's a guild rack. Yeah, seems good. I had the same feeling. Never felt so supported in Sorgo community. No matter where I needed help, always someone to help me. Same with you, mate. Always answering questions. I try to help people, huh? I try to. Sometimes it doesn't work out. Okay, so instead of answering individual questions, I'm just going to call out the list right now. We're currently on Gregorio. We're currently on Castro. And then we've got Jeremiah, Famulus, Danny M, Drew 2 True, Sun, Shazrog, Wesley Stone, Big Ninja, Beloved One, Danny M again for a different account, Dominic Lang, Abs the God, Saoirse, Brian Starkiller is done because he was a paid for one, Alex, Sai, Scene Lex, George, Anthony Papa, The Goodest, Alex, Yoda, Zion, Anakin Lava, Crawler. So yeah, that's a lot. Apparently there's some bug, Eli. There's some bug currently with the datacrons and Zori interaction. I've not experienced it, I've not seen it. So I can't really give you much more details than that. I want to buy beer. I want to buy beer. Why am I sitting in the queue? You went to buy beer? I'm not sure I follow you there, buddy. Here's a sacrificial 10 to jump up the list. Oh, thank you, Anakin. We'll get you next up in the list. Sorry, Scene. I'm not sure if you actually made a donation. I don't believe I saw a donation come through. Let me just double check all the fan funding. Don't think so. I love how CG is. There's a bug that you're stuck with. We won't tell you what it is. Thanks for your patience. Let us guess what the bug is. Let me grab a drink real quick. All it really means is that everybody's going to be putting Zori on defense with a datacron, right? With the 100% health datacron. Okay, cool. So Jedi Knight Luke, I assume, like I said, that you're using him as a leadership, which is why he's got no speed on him. Nothing wrong with that. Actually, I mean, he's low speed. He's low speed, but honestly, get rid of this speed primary, throw an offense primary on here, and throw an offense primary on here, okay? Have as little speed as possible and as much percentile offense as you can, then that's the best position to use him as a leader. If you're not losing, you're losing. If you're not using Jedi Knight Luke as a leader and he's supporting other characters, then you want to have a bit of speed on him. Not loads of speed, but around 250 total speed, okay? So right now yours is at 162, so you want about an extra 100 speed on him, there or thereabouts. If you're putting him in like a Jedi Knight Revan team or something like that. If he's just leader, have him as slow as anything and maximize that offense. This triangle here could probably be crit damage rather than offense, truth be told. Defense doesn't, I mean, it gives him stuff, but you want to try and optimize those mods, get a crit damage triangle. I can speak, guys. I can totally speak. I've been up since 6. No, earlier than that. Anyway, that is the business. That is the business, okay? So, the sets are fine. Having offense sets or crit damage sets, I prefer offense sets because I have more of them. It's just the way it is. The way it is. So let me see if you happened to catch your light Castro. You're at 236 on JKL. I think that might be right, actually, Wolfie. I think I was saying 256, but I think 236 sounds about right. He doesn't have to be stupid fast. His base speed is incredibly low. You just don't want him slow as molasses if he's supporting. You only want him super slow if you're making use of his leadership to slow down the enemy team. Do you have any recommendations for your second fleet on GAC defense, as I was recently promoted to Chromium? What do you currently put on defense, Castro? You have oh, sorry. Very next comment. You have Executor on defense currently. Okay, fine. Yeah, let's take a look at your fleet. Certainly give you some advice. Yeah, that sounds about right, Wolfie. Honestly, if you need to have two defensive fleets, 2 offensive fleets, right? It's current meta of GAC is more valuable to try and make sure that you get a full clear rather than defensively holding, right? Executor, if you're facing off against opponents that do not have meta fleet, I don't know how frequently that happens to you if they don't have stuff like Executor and Profundity and Negotiator and Malevolence and stuff like that. Putting him on defense will probably hold no matter what, right? It's a hard fleet to take down if you don't have a proper counter. If that's the case, I would just put him and any trashy fleet on defense, like put Mace for all I care. If these were a bit more geared, then I would say throw one of them, most likely the Malevolence on defense to go with if you're trying to do a really hard fleet defense, just because this is not going to hold necessarily, but it will sap banners. This does, of course, depend on the supporting units that you have, so let's quickly just check out your Separatist fleets. Yeah, the star counts are a little bit low, but your Geos are pretty well geared. Geos are pretty well geared, which is nice to see. Theoretically, I mean, what you could do... I mean, it's tricky. I mean, I was thinking if maybe you could try and split these out and you could have like Malevolence with Hyena Bomber, Sunfac, and Geo Soldier starting, reinforcing just Vulture Droid and take Spy elsewhere, but I don't think it's worth trying to split it that many hairs to try and get operatable fleets. It's like you're in a tricky position here because you don't really have a whole lot of depth. I'd say your Empire is probably semi-decent. I mean, even just these 3 under Executrix will probably do a little bit of work, but you're just missing the extra units. Like if you had some investment over here, it could help. The Malevolence is probably your only viable other fleet offensively, apart from Finalizer. Finalizer is definitely one of your offensive fleets. Okay, like that can basically beat whatever you need it to. Yeah, this is tough. You don't have a whole lot of toys to play with here. Honestly, I would say if you're just sacking fleet, don't put Executor on defense, just go Executor Finalizer for offense, throw any old trash on defense. Granted, it's not going to hold, but you don't need it to necessarily hold if you can get holds in your ground game. If you don't think that they can beat fleet, if you don't think they can beat Executor, just put Executor on defense, or even go like Executor Malev or Executor, even Executor Finalizer. Finalizer's not a great defensive fleet, but if if the whole GAC revolves around him not clearing fleet, you can do that, and you can just clear everything that he puts out there. You know, try and be more efficient than him. Hey Ryan, how you doing? Hope you're good. How does one get on the list? Let's just throw down your ally code, dude. I really can't promise anything though, because the list is very long. We've got, excuse me, we've got Anakin Lava Walker coming up next as our next roster review. Yeah, it's really tricky, dude. I'll be honest, just because you're lacking the depth. You could try and put Negotiator on defense. I would probably prefer to see the Malevolence on defense because that's going to sap more banners. And then try and take this. I mean, you've got a little bit of investment, but I can't imagine it beats too much, unfortunately. You just need more gear invested. But hey, you're going to be getting Profundity soon. That can be one of your offensive fleets alongside the Finalizer. Once you've got that, you're going to be in a much better position. Thanks, Tom. I'll add you to the list there, buddy. Tom Jones. Why, dear Lila? Love a bit of Tom Jones. How many more do I plan on doing? I'll probably hang around for another half hour, 45 minutes, because then it's going to be getting pretty late for me, and I'll be tired and grumpy, and you don't want a grumpy scribble on stream, do you guys? Don't want a grumpy scribble on stream. Hey, Sweens, how you doing, brother? Good to see you. Shout out to my boy Sweens. He's another streamer of Galaxy of Heroes. Make sure you do go and give him a follow. I knew you were doing that in Welsh too. Oh, good stuff. I thought it was a coincidence. You know, I saw that Jones is a very common Welsh name, obviously. But when I saw your first name, I was like, huh, it's not the Welsh spelling, so I don't want to make an assumption here. But yeah, croeso. Welcome, buddy. Whereabouts in Wales are you from, man? Okay. I don't know if that helps you at all, Castro. You're glad Profundity's next farm so you can beef them out a bit? Yeah. We love Grumpy Uncle Gribble. Say, Zig, how you doing, brother? Oh, you're from Swansea, you boy? Not too far from me, then. Not too far from me. I'm living in Cardiff at the minute, so... Thank you, Ryan. I'll add you to the list, buddy. Ryan Suku. Okay, good business. Yeah, anywhere else I can give you advice, Castro, dude? I'll play it by ear depending on what your opponents... Yeah, I think that's the best thing to do. The best thing to do is assess, take a look at their fleet game, and go on swigger.gg. If you guys don't already do this, head over to swigger.gg and scout your opponents. See what they do. How do they perform in fleet? What are the teams that trip them up quite frequently? And try to play to their weaknesses. Yeah, make sure that... There's nothing wrong with stopping yourself from being able to do things if you think you can win the GAC out of it. So going a really heavy fleet defense, knowing full well you won't clear their fleet, if that means you can secure a win in other means, then go for it, you know? What's cooking good looking? The home of Gareth Bale and Roald Dahl. Yep. I always walk through Llandaff, and there's the house with all the plaques there in honour of Roald Dahl, where he based some of his shops and his illustrations on some of the houses in Llandaff. Yeah, so let me know there. Excuse me, Castro. Sorry, dude. If there's anything else you want me to look at, quite happily look at your mods. Quite happily look at the development. Yeah, you said you were going Profundity, right? You're doing JML and Profundity, which is a really good setup. It's going to play really well. It'll help you go out and your fleet game will improve massively, and you'll have 2 GLs, 2 capital ships. JML you can push into Jabba. Gareth Bale, golfing legend. Are the reviews free? Jedi Knight Caleb, reviews are absolutely free. However, if you do donate through PayPal, then you get to go on the priority list and jump the queue. That's the long and short of it, my friend. Probably Jabba. Yep. That's what I would recommend, Castro. Get that Jabba nice and early. Big fat slug. He's a beautiful being. Really do well for your rosters. I got 7 letters to describe how I feel about this first week of every conquest. Happy. Or gas to build out the Galactic Republic. You can build out gas to build out GR. It'll help with your negotiator fleet. It's just a bit of a commitment, because for the gas farm you're like, okay, I need to get my separatists. That does help out your malevolence. I'll need to go ahead and Ewoks for C-3PO. Fine. Then you need to go ahead and build out the Galactic Republic for Wave 2. Doesn't need heavy investment, but you need stuff like Padme and GK and Snips and Shakti. Then you need to actually build out the fleet. Then you need to actually invest in the clones. So what turns out to be, it's just one legendary farm, turns basically into a mini GL. But it's all worthwhile. They're all worthwhile, and Gas is still a phenomenal team. So it's worthwhile doing. Without Jabba, your roster is Bantha Poodoo. Am I ready for the Boomer? We are working towards the Boomer every single step of the day. Getting closer to Boomer every day, buddy. Like, we're not super close over here, but we've had a number of donations that have come through that have gone direct, gone through Super Chats and stuff. So that's not adding to that particular counter down there. First word is 4 letters. Real. Second word is 3 letters. Goo. Real cool. Real cool. That's what you're going for, right? Real cool, baby.
Thomas Jones tipped £5 for a fellow Welshie. Have something from Spoons.
Diolch yn fawr achan. Thank you, buddy. Jesus. I remember the days, Tom. I remember the days where with £5 could get you beer and a burger in a Wetherspoons. That used to be my friends when we were in sixth form. Skive off our lessons in the afternoon, go down Spoons and get beer and a burger for £5 in our school uniform. Good times, man. Good times. Yeah, this Conquest is real easy, dude. How did you know, Scribble? I'm just like I'm a mind reader, my friend. I'm a mind reader. So thank you for that, Castro. I think Gas is not a bad shout. It's got its pros and cons. I'd rather see Jabba so you can start getting those mods nice and early. But Gas is always a worthwhile farm. It just takes a while, that's all. Hola, amigos. Buenos días, Zork. Buenas noches. Lo siento. Yeah, I mean, I definitely have to say that this Conquest is easy because, you know, we're already at Redbox, baby. We're done. We're done, honey. No problem, Castro. I hope it was helpful, buddy. I hope it was helpful. So, we do have another priority review to get through. I believe it's the only one on the list right now, which is Anakin Lavacrawler. Anakin, dude, tell me your opinions about Sand. And then also tell me about your roster. Tell me about your roster, buddy. How can I help you today? No sabía que hablas español, qué increíble. Sí, claro. Sounds like what happens in Spoons. Yeah, I mean, that's how it used to happen. It was many moons ago. I had hair at the time, Tom. I had hair at the time. All that's gone now. All that's gone, buddy. Oh my god. You did the normal refreshes and finished the first 3 sectors with all defeats by the time I got to the end of the sector, other than the battle droids, which took 3 battles. Yeah. You're doing good, Ruler 2. ¿Qué hablas español? Solo hablo un poco de español, Jorge. Pero es idioma muy bonito, ¿no? On my roster, I'm working on rounding out my fleets and just unlocked Cal and Bane. I can see your Bane just chilling over here. Rounding out fleets. So finishing these 2 as well. Okay. So I'm guessing you're taking Bane to R8. Some people look better without hair. And I look aerodynamic. 7.7 mil with the Bane. Good job, buddy. Good job, Anakin. Get you over here. Get you over here. Roster is looking in pretty good shape, my man. R8 Bane coming soon. Good choice, mate. Good choice. Okay, cool. Okay. So, you're working on rounding out fleets. Let's take a look at your fleets and see what rounding out means to you. We've got Executor at 6 stars, which is lovely. You've got your Nego and you've got your Malevolence and the Chimera. So we're missing a little bit, I would say. You know, I'd like to see the Profundity chilling out over here. I'm guessing you're working on Profundity next. You'd love to R9 your Bane, but I want to see what if CG nerfs him again. I'd say it's not necessary. It's like, unless you're just like, you're a Bane fanboy. You're like, freaking love Bane, man. Bane is the balls. I mean, he is the balls. But he doesn't need Relic 9. Very few characters in the entire game need Relic 9. The only one that needs Relic 9 are those that are required for unlocks. So, you know, we're talking Radus and DR and Malak, or JML. Those are the only characters that need Relic 9, in my opinion. Have I looked at your name, Rule of 2? Do you like Bane? Do you like Bane? The characters always look good. And then we get to fleets. It's like, I mean, your fleet, I've seen worse fleets at 7 mil. I've seen worse fleets at 7 mil. So the fact you're nearly done here, I would definitely say that comparing to your standard roster over here where you got your 4 GLs, I would definitely like to see at least the profundity in this account. It doesn't even have to be 7 stars. Profundity works very well, even at 4 stars, you know? So I'd like to see a little bit of that loving for the profundity, trying to get them to work on those additional units. But yeah, looks like your poor fish guy over here has been a little bit neglected. I hope you don't mind me saying, Anakin, buddy. What gave you that idea? I don't know. Something just spoke to me, Rule of 2. Something just spoke to me, and I was like, that's the kind of guy. Looks like he enjoys a good baning. You know what I mean? Thinking either of going Leviathan or waiting for the next big fleet. Your opinion on that? Yeah, absolutely. I can give you my opinion. 100%. So Leviathan currently, the most recent meta fleet, is good. It can give you good banners. It can potentially get holds for you, where very few fleets can really reliably get holds. It can, but I put it down mostly to that we're still kind of learning that meta fleet. We're still kind of learning the counters, working out how it operates, right? The big thing is the most reliable counter to Leviathan right now is a mirror, okay? That's where its largest value is. Not the only counter, it's just the most reliable counter, is a mirror match. Yes, you can get good results with an Empire Chimera counter, okay? But there's always a chance that it doesn't work. Yes, you can get it to work with Negotiator, and you can get it to work with, even with Profundity, and with Executor. But the success ratios are not phenomenal, unless you've got really high investments inside of your pilots. So the biggest benefit to me when I look at it is I like to try to full clear in one tap in GAC. I feel like efficiency plays are the way to win GACs. So if your opponent has got Negotiator, you're going to want to have Leviathan, sorry. You're going to want to have your own. However, you currently don't even have Profundity. Profundity is also a very good high banner efficiency team, and it doesn't require as many Relic 9s. You need 2 Relic 9s, Darth Revan and Malak. They're both really, really good units to get the Leviathan, and you also need to have Malgus, and you need to have the Fury class Interceptor, which is another thing that obviously comes into play when farming these ships. I don't know if you've got them. Maybe you don't have Malgus? Okay, you got Malgus. How close are you to getting Fury class Interceptor, brother? I think anyone would be down for a good old baning with our aerodynamic overlords to scribbles. I mean, I should probably get a head wax just to really up the aerodynamism of my head. I would cut through the air like anything, like a plane going through the sky. Be a beautiful sight. So, had a little bit of Jason Statham coming through. Are you running M6? Yes, I am. Yeah, I start with the Interceptor and with Sith Fighter Interceptor and Fury class Interceptor. I have Malgus, not the Interceptor. How close are you to the Interceptor, Lava? It's at 200-ish. What is it? You get 20 shards from Proving Grounds? And is that a month? I think it's a month, isn't it? Is it 20 shards if you're doing no refreshes? So you're looking at like 6 months plus for Leviathan? So maybe. Bane is quite the unit. He is. I could totally cosplay. As Bane. Or Malak. Personally, I draw 3 black circles at the top of my head. 3 black circles at the top of my head? What? For a bullseye? Oh my days. So yeah, if it might line up for you to get Leviathan, whether or not the opportunity cost is too steep, I'll leave the choice up to you. They both do roughly the same thing to fleet. I think Leviathan gives you slightly better odds of holding on defense, which might be useful to you. Whereas Profundity just helps you offensively. You can set it on defense, but honestly, the real benefit of the Profundity is to be an incredibly high banner offensive fleet. You know, you can go in and you can like 77 stuff and 75 stuff. You know, if the ships choose to actually assist, which mine don't, because I've got insubordination in my fleets apparently, and they choose to willfully ignore me and never assist. Just leave things with a sliver of health. The bowling ball, but now I'm thinking dartboard. Oh, yeah. And then everybody could call you Bully Bullseye. So yeah. I didn't think of the bowling ball, that makes sense. Or you could have, is it 6 and be like Krillin from Dragon Ball Z? Just have all the dots on your head here. Yeah, so I think that's the decision that you have to come to, because Adrad Rogue One is quite a good team on offense. It can take out quite a number of useful things. Arguably, Sith Empire, much better team. Much better team. So having R9 DR and R9 Malak is probably better than having an R9 Adrad, for example. The fleet is also, I would say, here more valuable than Profundity. So it's the only bone of contention I have with this, and this is quite a sticking point, Anakin, is that the Leviathan needs to be 7 stars. Below 7 stars, it loses so much of its mechanics that it's not half the fleet. So if you are pushing down that road to try and get an early Leviathan, you really want to be able to take it to 7 stars as quickly as possible, because otherwise it doesn't really work as a defensive fleet. Not against anybody that knows what they're doing, at least. So that's definitely a consideration, my friend. All right. Do you have to make a donation to get a roster review? No, Paul, you don't. Absolutely not. We've already done... Let me have a look. We've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 roster reviews today that were 0 donations. But the roster list is rather long. And the only way to beat that is to make a donation through PayPal. I'm not saying that so you can do it. I'm doing this for transparency's sake. People that add their name to the list now, it's highly unlikely that we get to you. I see, maybe Profundity does. See, that's the benefit. The Profundity is that the requirements are a little bit easier. Rogue One is still a useful team, and it operates at 4 stars. You'll be able to get wins with it quite well at 4 stars. So it's something to consider, just to, add it into the mix. How long is the list for donation reviews? Currently, I don't think anybody is on the donation review right now. We're doing the last one, the last premium review right now. No worries, Paul. No worries. And we're probably going to be around for about 30 more minutes, okay? What happened? Title, thank you for the resub, brother. How you doing today, buddy? How you doing, Title? Okay, cool. Cool. So I'm trying to remember where you said you were going after this, dude. I'm sorry, Anakin. We went through quite a bit. We went down the rabbit hole of Fleet there a little bit. Hey, Sweens, thank you, my brother. Make sure you guys do give a shout out to my boy Sweens. Go check him out on Twitch. Oh my days, Title coming out and gifting 5 subs to the community. Thank you, brother. Title, what a legend you are, dude. Thank you so much. Right now, just rounding out the fleets? Yeah, okay. Here's for the 5 reviews you did already. Title, mate. That's incredibly kind of you, dude. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's in the chat for Title? Supporting the tribe? What a dude. What a dude. Okay. Yeah, dude, this community loves you too, man. Like, that's so incredibly generous of you. So incredibly generous of you. Executor, I wouldn't push too hard to get it to 7 stars. Get it organically. You're probably nearly done there. Let's check out your Galactic Republic. See what sort of situation this is in right now. You definitely want to finish off this BTLB Y-Wing. Get those stars up. That's the only thing that's going to be able to ramp its stats. Treditos, Gregorio, Carl, Tomo, all over here checking out the dubs for my boy Title. What a guy. Does the amount matter for a premium review? No, sir. No, sir.
Big underscore Popo underscore pump tipped £4.20.
Thank you kindly, good sir. It should be a minimum of £5 if you want to get on the roster review. But, I'm not saying, oh, yes, you must donate £20, otherwise I'm not touching your roster with a 20-foot pole. No, sir. No, sir. I'm here to try and raise money, essentially, to pay for the Gungans that are coming through right now. So it's discretionary. It's discretionary. It's okay, Popper. Don't worry about it, dude. Don't worry about it. £4.20 is fine, mate. Don't stress. Don't stress, dude. Thank you. Thank you, Popper. I appreciate you, dude. Let me add you to the premium review list real quick. Thank you, buddy. We will get to you in a moment. We'll get you to in a moment. So yeah, make sure you get that BTLB Y-Wing over there all geared up. Did we just get another? Oh, Wolfie gifting out 2 subs. Thank you, brother. My boy Wolfie coming out here and gifting subs. That's pushing us closer to that R9 Omega. Gosh dang it. Gosh dang it. Right now I'm farming Echelon, BTLB, Hyena Bomber, Vulture, and Droid, and Iden ships. All really good ships, Anakin, dude. All really good ships. Are we getting this Marauder right now? I don't think you mentioned the Marauder. Damn you, different currencies. It's all good, man. Don't worry about it. All right. Cool business. So yeah, BTLB Y-Wing, definitely. The rest of this Galactic Republic fleet looks pretty damn good. Obviously, it would be nice to get that Marauder up there, but not super valuable right now. You said you were farming the Echelon. Yeah, Echelon has definitely got to be getting up there, and then you'll probably want to get 1 relic level on Fu and on Hux over there to try and up the counter viabilities there. What was the other one you were saying you got on farm? Oh, okay, Separatists to support the Malavia. Yeah, these two. Definitely get these ones maxed out. They are pilotless ships, so all of their strength comes from their stars. I say all of their strength. Most of their strength comes from their star ratings. If you've already got all their abilities maxed out, well, all the abilities that you can max out, and their levels up there, you just need to get the stars. Otherwise, you're selling the fleet short. Otherwise, it's like you've got your head screwed on right, mate. You got your head screwed on right. Let's check out the resistance real quick. You got that Comeuppance on farm. Comeuppance and Zori is still not super invested in. The unique will be able to carry a little bit, because coming in there with was it Dramatic Entrance, I think it passes around, the Comeuppance, will enable your Raised Millennium Falcon to do good work regardless. But I think it needs to be 5 stars minimum. Hey, thanks, Jedi Knight Caleb. Oh my gosh. People coming in with back-to-backs here. I'll add you guys to the list, and then I'm going to have to close the roster reviews. Sorry, guys. We will get those donated ones in, but I'm going to have to close it after that. So, Jedi Knight Caleb. Jedi Knight Caleb. And then we've got Dakota over here, 492933. 284, sorry. 284 Dakota. Hope you still have room for roster reviews. Thank you so much for the donation. Absolutely. Dakota. Okay. Yes. And yes. Okay. So yeah, consider trying to get that Comeuppance. It is farmable now, up to 5 stars, just to get the reinforcement benefit, to pass out Dramatic Entrance, and you'll be able to get work on offense with your thingamabob, your Radis over here. Raised Millennium Falcon will be able to AoE boards out really well. So it's all good. It's all good. Thank you guys for those donations. Absolutely. Thank you so much, guys. I'm sorry, Jeremiah, buddy. I'm sorry, buddy. How often do you stream? Or how might I schedule a roster review? Hey, Paul. So I stream about 5 days a week, 6 days a week, actually. But my roster reviews are typically only on a Tuesday and a Thursday, typically speaking. If we've got no GAC, then there's more latitude to be able to do them more frequently. So it's just show up when you can. I don't know what part of the world you live in, Paul. But I'm a UK streamer, so for me, I start at about 7:30 or 8 p.m. GMT. I don't know how that translates. I think it's probably a bit early for most Americans if you're in America. How long will you be on stream for? Only about another half hour now, Tom. Ireland, some of the same. Oh, really, Paul? Okay, cool. Happy Paddy's Day for recently, buddy. So I believe... Let me have a look. Tom, you made a donation earlier, didn't you, buddy? You wanted a roster review. So I'll put you on the premium list. I'm pretty certain you did a donation. Let me double check that. I swear you did. Pop around 4 p.m. on the east coast of the US. Thanks, Jeremiah. Somebody translate to that EST. I'm sorry, goodest. I'm not very good at time zones. And America has got so many. So I'm looking at this here. How could you forget about spoons? Exactly. Beer and a burger, mate. Beer and a burger. Yeah. Okay. So Thomas's. So we've essentially got 4 roster reviews left now. Yeah. So we've got Tom. Then we've got Big Popper, Jedi Knight. I've cut off the bloody text there. Jedi Knight Caleb. Then Dakota. Gonna subscribe anyway. Hopefully I'll be around a bit. Ah, good stuff, Paul. Thank you, buddy. So Tom, tell me about your roster, brother. My Welsh brother. My Welsh brother. And we'll get cracking. We'll get cracking. No worries, Anakin, dude. Really help me plan what you do next. I think your roster's in a really good position, and I love the emphasis that you're putting on fleet. It matters, dude. It matters. So good business, man. Good business. Is this your account, Tom? Rogue Alchemist 204 Swab? Or did I write it down wrong? You hate fleet, but you really need them? I think that's a sentiment shared by a lot of people. That is you. Okay, cool. So tell me about your roster, Tom. How can I help you today, buddy? 7.7 mil? About the same as what we just looked at, actually. Hey, peace out, Castro. Hey, no worries, man. No worries, man. Swing around again soon. Whoops. Getting warm in here. Boop, 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 doo, boop, doo, boop, boop, doo. That is the same? Yeah, that's 7.7 mil, 7.7 mil. It's crazy. Funny how these things happen, right? Alrighty. Okay, so currently working on Jedi Knight Cal Kestis, then Executor, not sure where to go from there. So, do you have Jedi Knight Cal? Or are you working on his requirements? Cal Kestis is done. Ah, okay, so you're just missing Marin. Do you think you're going to be done in time? Before he goes? It's double F, isn't it? Looks like you're just missing A star on these guys. Who am I looking for? Cal? Oh, Seer. Okay, Seer is done as well. Good stuff. I get your anxiety around trying to get Cal ready because he's around for about another 5 days, I want to think. Most of your R8s are rote ops, so I don't regret them. I don't think I'll get Jedi. Ah, man, that sucks, Tom. Sorry, I've got a smudge here. Somewhere on my eyebrow or something, and it's popping down in front of my eye and distracting me. Okay, fine. You don't think you're going to get him this time, which means you might have a 3-month wait, which kind of sucks. Sorry to hear it, but hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Then you're working on Executor. Fine. Executor. Let's take a look at the Bounty Hunter 4. Okay, we got your Bosk done, your Boba Fett's done. So it's just Cad Bane, IG-88. Then we'll look at the Umpire. Your Piet's already Relic 8. And I'm forgetting other units that you need to have. TIE Fighter Pilot, isn't it? Okay, so TIE Fighter Pilot needs to go up there as well. So you're not too far from the Executor. You're pretty close. Saw Gerrera? Ah, Saw Gerrera. Yeah, good point. Good point. Muchas gracias, hombre. Yeah. Okay, so they all just need one more star, but that could be like 90 shards apiece, and you're not really going to get that in 5 days. Kind of rough, bro. Kind of rough. Should really work on fleets, though. I mean, fleets are important, dude. Fleets are very important, which is why I'm fully in support of you going after Executor. Really, really helps in all areas of the game. Yeah, especially as soon as you don't have, like, Profundity. You're only rocking, like, Chimera and Negotiator right now. Let's check out your Empire fleet. See what sort of support you've got going on over here. Yeah, like without the Inquisitorius, it's still a good fleet. It's still a good fleet, especially if you've got TIE Defender. But without having, the TIE Interceptor, without having the Scythe, really lowers the viability of this team. You'll probably still be able to get some work done. Let's check out your Galactic Republic. Again, Get the stars up on this BTLB Y-Wing. It makes all of the difference in the world. If you're not already farming the shards for this and for the Marauder, you should probably be working on that as you go. Not much longer now, Wombat Bud. Hey, peace out, Ryan. Got work in a couple of hours, but thanks for the stream, man. Oh, well, thank you for being a very enjoyable viewer, Ryan. Appreciate you. How do you get a roster review? It's just named down brochure. Roster reviews are closed at the moment, just because of timing. It's half midnight for me now, and I've got 4 paid roster reviews to get through. So we're just going to get those done, and we'll be calling it a night. I'm 25 from Saw and Merrin, and 85 from Tarful. Oh man, that because like the Saw and Merrin you could probably get done, but the Tarful being 85, dude. Like he's not a Cantina farm, is he? He's a hard node. I can't remember. It was a while ago. If he was a Cantina farm, you might have had a chance on Tarful, but it's not looking pretty. Yeah, so get the stars done on the BTLB Y-Wing and the Marauder. What else? Let's check out your Malev, Separatist supports. Same over here, you need the Vulture Droid and you desperately need that Hyena Bomber. This fleet doesn't work without the Hyena Bomber. You might as well get that Star and Sunfac as well. The good thing about this is just stars. Stars are relatively easy to come by. I know fleet is, none of it gets accelerated, so it takes a lot longer, but it's so worth getting them done. There are far fewer fleets in the game, far fewer ships in the game compared to characters, that it's much easier to finish. Like you'll sit back one day and you'll be like, wow, there's not a single ship in the game that I do not have at 7 stars. So those premium reviews stole my chance today. They did, Jeremiah. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry, buddy. That's just the way it works. It's just the way it works. Separatists and let's check out the Radis. Let's check out the Resistance fleet. Okay, so we went over this before, but even a 5-star comeuppance can transform this fleet. That's the dream with fleets. Yep, definitely. Finishing off all of the stars. You don't even need the Star Fortress. It'll be useful to get. Why not? But without the comeuppance being at 5 stars, you can't really get that reinforcement bonus. Even at 5 stars with low gear, just the reinforcement bonus on Ray's Millennium Falcon will let you one-shot Malev fleets, or almost certainly one-shot Malev fleets. So it's worth considering. Just some, I don't want to say, you know, dedicate all of your energy to constantly farming ship shards. I can speak. I know how to do words and things. But just maybe take 2 at a time and be like, okay, I need to make sure that I'm going to get all these. If you can spare the energy and farm all the blueprints out, go ahead and do it. But don't like completely stress yourself out of it. Hey Vance, how you doing? Oh, you don't need relic mats for Tarful. You just need only gear 12 to unlock Cal. It's a really easy event. Boop doop doo. Doop doop. Do you think Finn level 9 will make a difference? I do, Wombat. Yeah, I do. I mean, not as much as the level 6 is going to make a difference, but I think the Finn level 9 is going to hurt. No worries, Tom. No worries. So yeah, definitely try and work on these fleets. You've got a lot of the good core stuff there. It just needs that little bit of an additional push. Getting those shards, especially those pilotless ships for like Malev and for Negotiator, really makes a difference. Okay, cool. So yes, I'm fully in support of you pushing for Executor. Get that done as soon as possible. I mean, almost, if you don't have the 6,000 crystals, or whatever it happens to be, to just buy the Tarful shards out of weekly shipments, you might want to consider just taking your foot off the gas on the Jedi Knight Cal farm. Just farm the shards, and then worry about gear afterwards. Gear up your TIE Fighter pilot, gear up your Cad Bane and your IG-88. Get to that Executor quicker. I think you're probably right, Dragon Emissary. I think Cal Kestis is probably going to disappear after this for about 2 or 3 months. Jedi Knight Cal probably won't come back until he added the game. Yep. Where in the line am I, Drew? Oh, like, we're not going to get to you, Drew. I'm sorry, buddy. You were 1, 2, 3, 4. You were 4 away on the free list, but obviously we had literally 3 people donate all at once. So the next time Jedi Knight Cal comes back, it'll be permanent, 100%, Romjo. Yep. So he should be coming back in like June period, and he'll be permanently in the journey guide, so nobody has to stress about trying to get him done super quick. Super, super quick. Super, super good. Doing the stacking offense level 6. Stacking up. No, I would probably stick with the you can't kill the units until you've got everybody below 100% health. It completely ruins anything like Imperial Trooper counters. And people have basically lost Afro as a counter to that as well. Can't wait for the next Gungan. Yeah, I'm excited to see. Hopefully next week. So apologies, Tom. We've taken a look at the fleets. I know it needs a little bit of work, but overall not terrible. I know you're farming for Jedi Knight Cal. If you don't have the crystals to just buy those Tarful shards, have a consideration of just putting it on the back burner and focus on getting that Executor first. Yuzori is on offense. Oh, right, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that makes a difference, Wombat. If you're keeping it for offense, then sure, consider it. Consider just going for offensive-based capabilities. Oh, stomach is a bit iffy. Other than that, I don't know if you want me to take a look at what you want to do after you've got Executor. Honestly, there's a part of me that's like, get Profundity. But I know that's a big ask to go to back-to-back fleets, especially with the work that's involved in getting them. I think you've probably got enough on your plate just getting the stars up on those fleets that you're working on and getting Executor unlocked. After that, it's probably just... I mean, you could do a one-stop and get Zori done. You've got your Ray team. Getting Zori up to 7 stars. She's accelerated farm now, so those stars will be able to go up right quickly. Will help you deflate a little bit with the comeuppance. I had to think there for a minute. But being able to get datacrons on this Zori team, which is Finn lead, like OG Finn lead with the Bag Bros, Zori and either Rose or OG Poe, will put you in pretty good standing for a really, really good defensive or offensive resistance team. Let's just double check. You'd need the Zeta on Finn's leadership to really make this pop, there, yeah. Really need that Zeta Finn lead. Just make sure got all this up. Oh. Yeah, baby. Ooh, so what are you thinking, Tom? Anywhere else I can offer a little bit of advice? Any questions that you might have? Just going to have a quick look through here. Oh, the R5 on the gas. Feels like he needs a little bit of that loving. It's perhaps not a top priority for you right now. I love that you've got Cal Kestis and Seer up to Relic 7. That's good business, man. You're helping your guild unlock Zepho. One step at a time. Ooh, the Omi on T3? Get you! Don't often see that. Don't often see that. Ooh, no relics on the Jedi Knight Luke. But you do have him unlocked at least. So it opens up the pathway for you to start working on Jabba, maybe after you got Executor. Definitely something to consider, my friend. One sec. Alright, all good. All good. I was young and dumb in T3 with T3 and hopeful. Yeah, hey, that's fair, dude. That's fair, man. I can't even remember what it does. Is it the is it sharing his... No, that's the Zeta, isn't it? So what is it? So gain stealth for 2 turns. Droid allies gain armor pen and max health. Have 20% defense for each target locked enemy. 20% defense while debuffed and 20% defense while buffed. At the start of T3's turn, inflict target locks. It's quite good for like a GG nuke team, I guess. It's quite good for a GG nuke team. It's just not a very common team anymore. So I'm sure there's some fun to be had there somewhere. It'll probably be pretty good with Sortie as well. Probably be pretty good with Sortie. So yeah, I mean, I think after you finish your Executor farm, maybe consider going down the path of unlocking Jabba. You might go for JML, but I think it should focus on ships. I think you should focus on ships. Just because, like, comparatively, your ship game is a little bit behind the rest of your roster. And, you know, like, ships lets you climb in fleet and earn crystals and win GACs. Is the long and short of it, really, mate. Although, I'm surprised, man. You're still able to be at 23 with the negotiator fleet. That's not bad. Jabba is useful for most accounts. Useful for most accounts. And because you've got Jedi Knight Luke, that's already a part of the way there. And he's a fun unit to play with. I think once you've got the Executor, your fleet game will up. You'll probably be able to get into the top 10, probably even top 5, to be honest. If you can hang around here at 23 with a negotiator fleet, with no Marauder, that's pretty good going. So yeah, consider gearing up your Zori up to relics. Take it to like Relic 3, Relic 5. Work on all those fleet stars, ship stars, blueprints, and you'll really up the game. Get comeuppance up there to the 5-star just to get that reinforcement. Get all your pilotless ships up to 7 stars, finishing off things like TIE Defender, just to give yourself the options available to you in fleet, right? And hopefully climb a little bit higher up here to earn more daily rewards in crystals. 400 crystals a day is really good, And then, yeah, Jabba would be your first GL after that. It would be my recommendation, buddy. But yeah, solid roster, dude. Solid roster. I'm going to move on just in the interest of time, but I do really appreciate you, Tom. Thank you, buddy. So next up on our premium review list is... We've got Big Papa. Big Papa, you still around, my brother? Big Papa. Tom, if you got any other questions, mate, just give me a shout, yeah? Marauder is a reinforcement, I think. That's why it's helping. Oh, really? Okay. Clever. Either one works, Big Papa. Either one works. I'll be able to catch it. Because I've got both of the chats running in one box. In one box. Big Papa Pump. 5.7 mil. Just below 5.8. Hey, no worries, Tom. No worries, buddy. Yeah, kid. You got Twitch ads, so I'm here. No worries, brother. No worries. Let me know. What are you working on and how can I help you today, Big Papa? Big Papa. Trying to smash out Jabba's ult, then I'm thinking of speed running to GML. Ooh, I like that. I like that very much. Feel like I need the ammo for Kyber GAC. Okay, so you're Erodium 2, which means you're going to jump up to Kyber pretty darn quick. 5.8 mil. Very respectable, mate. Very respectable. And yeah, ammunition is important. With just the 2 GLs, we were speaking to an individual earlier. I forget the name now. That did break into Kyber 1 with 1 GL and 1 GL fleet. Got knocked back out, but likely going to climb up again soon. So I think you can absolutely jump into Kyber. Not Kyber 1, Kyber in general. Then I'm waiting to hear on the new capital ship. It's not likely I should go for profundity. That was you, was it? Apologies, Papa. Apologies, buddy. It was you. Alright, so, boop. Let's have a look. We've got Executor, which is great. You got Nego. No Malev right now. Oh. Are you working on Malev at the minute? Just not unlocked? Oh, you are working on him at the minute. Okay, cool. I like it. I like the 7-star Nego. I do like the 7-star Nego. That's good business. That's good business. Let me just check out the Rebel fleet. You say you're not going to push for profundity? Any reason why? I mean, check it out, dude. I mean, you've got Hans Blame Falcon. You've got the Outrider up there already. You got the core of it already. It depends on the new ship. I mean, that's a fair enough argument. It's a fair enough argument. I wouldn't delay too long because we don't know if and when we're getting a new ship. You know? Because we could be waiting 6 months. And we might get a new ship. Like, CG's roster, I feel, is pretty full for this year. You know, we've got Queen Amidala right now. We've got 2 Gungans. We've got Jar Jar. We've got Master Qui-Gon. We've got Padawan Ben Kenobi. It's an interesting way of calling him. Padawan Obi. All coming out probably in the next 2.5 months. And then it's going to lead into a new raid. I don't think CG has got the time to also introduce a new capital ship. Right? I don't think there's a time to also introduce a new capital ship before we get the new raid. And everything that leads up to it. All these characters are gearing towards that new raid. Which means we're not going to see a new capital ship, at least these ships dropping for it, most likely until July, August. So we're looking at 3, 4, 5 months maybe. So if you're comfortable with trying to break into Kyber with just the one and stay there, then sure. You certainly can make it happen. You can certainly make it happen. I'm pretty positive that you can make it happen. New ship after the raid launch in September? I don't think the raid's coming earlier than September, my dude. The raid's coming summertime, think June, July, not August, September. No new capital ship yet? Oh, Ye of Little Faith. Ye of Little Faith. Yeah, I just don't see how they release it. I don't see how they release a capital ship right now. So... Now, in Swigger terms, 3, 4, 5 months is not a long time. You know what I mean? It's enough time for you to potentially farm up everything and get profundity, but maybe not enough time for you to, farm up JML right now. I think you said you were working on JML, right? You're working on Malevolence. Hang on, sorry, let me go back and double check. You're smashing the Jabber's ult, then you're thinking of getting JML. I think JML after Jabber is a smart move. Genuinely. You just need to shard up Mon Mothma. Is that for JML, is it? Yeah. I think it's very smart to get JML straight away. Like, power through to get JML is the... Oh, ship in September. Sorry, Romjo. Sorry, I completely misunderstood you. Potentially it could be September. And the other thing is, like, we usually get a GL every year as well. When's that going to drop? Because we can't really have raid, capital ship, and GL before Christmas. That feels really, really hard. That's what she said. I typed out the Odyssey for you. Feel like the next farms after Jedi Knight Cal Kestis guild direction should be Rogue One for profundity. Yeah. So you're not working on Jedi Knight Cal right now, so you're not going to have the characters for it. Yeah, fine. I think a 3-month period to farm Jedi Knight Cal is more than enough. You only need Gear 12 to unlock Jedi Knight Cal, but you're obviously going to want to have a Relic 7 Seer, because that's why they want Jedi Knight Cal. They want access to Zepho, right? So Relic 7 Seer is total minimum for that. The rest of them can be Gear 12 and you will unlock. It's a really easy event, truth be told. So you'll be able to do that in under 3 months. Easily under 3 months. Which is when it's going to be free permanently available in the journey guide, around June. Yeah? So you could probably power through, after you get JML, you could probably power through all of the Cal requirements in 2 months, easily. Right? 2 months. You only need to get them to Gear 12. Be super easy. At the same time, you could probably be sharding up anything that you need for the profundity. So let's have a quick look at the old Rogue One over here. So Adrad is not even to be seen. That's okay. He's an accelerated farm. It'll take you a bit of time, but it's, you could be shard farming in the meantime, right? If you've got spare energy, shard farm. You want to do a personal farm? You really want to get gas? Okay, so advice that I give for rosters is based on competitive advancement. Yeah, so I try to point people in the right direction to get better rewards, to develop their rosters faster. If at any point you have got a personal farm, a passion project, that just overrides everything, okay? Because ultimately this is a game and you want to have fun. If you love gas, just get gas. You know what I mean? Just go get him. He's a really good unit. He'll support your negotiator fleet. It also helps build out your malevolence fleet at the same time, because you work on some separatists in the meantime. And he's still a good team. He's still a good team and gets thrown into Jedi team all the time. So working on gas is absolutely fine. I would try and say, maybe get you JML first, get that done, get that out of the way. But if you want to get gas, absolutely crack on and get gas. Okay? Maybe by that time, we'll be seeing an announcement about a new fleet, and then you can make a more informed decision about, do I get profundity or do I push for the new fleet? I hate trying to tell people to wait and see, because I don't think it's worthwhile, useful. I was going for a cross between useful and worthwhile there. There are too many unknowns. We can make assumptions about a new fleet that it's going to be the greatest, the best, yeah? But there's no guarantees that it's going to be any better than what we've currently got, right? Generally speaking, they try to make them the best, but we don't know. We don't know when it's coming. We don't know how powerful it's going to be. We don't know if it needs to be a mirror match to counter. If you are right on the tip of endgame and you're pushing for the brand new stuff, you obviously need to get the new ship straight away, because that decides GACs a lot of the time and TWs. So, people need to have the new shiny in order to compete, but you're not in that position where you need to be on the bleeding edge in order to survive. It's nice to have, but you don't know if you're actually going to be in any better position than if you had a profundity, right? So that's why I don't like to say, hold off, wait for the new stuff. We don't know when it's coming, how good it's going to be, or if it's going to be useful to you. It probably will be, but we don't know for sure. Whereas you could benefit in the now from having profundity. You know what I mean? Aren't people farming Inquisitors anymore? Or they leech Reaver Shards? We've had a couple of Hellscream that just leech Reaver Shards. But Inquis is a big farm. It's a big farm. It's a really Cairo heavy farm. JML is absolutely getting done after Jabba. I hate back-to-back GLs, but it's the best course of action. Yeah, it's an unfortunate truth. It's an unfortunate truth. But I'm just glad you got Jabba first. Like, Jabba is a really, really good GL. And it's going to pay dividends for you in the long run. JML is also a phenomenally good GL. And is so useful for stuff like Conquest. Will really help you in getting a lot of the feats done for Conquest. Not opposed to profundity, just thinking out loud. Yeah, no, absolutely, dude. I understand, man. I understand. I'm just trying to put my thought process on this. So yeah, absolutely. Have it considered. But like I said, if you really want to get gas, just crack on and get gas, man. You've got Jedi Knight Revan, you've got Jedi Knight Luke. So having gas for a 501st team, or if you want to consolidate power at any point and having, a full Jedi team featuring gas, or if you have to use it for Conquest or stuff like that, he's invaluable to have. Invaluable. I like that you got a CLS team running as well. It's good business. No Zetas on the 3PO, but that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, so definitely I'm fully a support. Finish off Jabba's ult. Get JML. Think about profundity. If you want to slot in your gas farm there, then I'd highly recommend you do so. Just make sure that you're giving some love to those ships as well. I like that the exec is 7 stars. That's good business, man. It's good business. Yeah, just missing a couple of shards here and stuff like TIE Interceptor. Like, obviously you won't be able to get much use out of it, but it'll still operate. It'll still be, like, TIE Interceptor will still be useful even if you don't invest in your Inquisitorius to a certain degree, just because you'll be able to make use of the ability to go in with, like, an Empire ship with TIE Advanced on the starting lineup and be able to have an immediate reinforcement for the TIE Defender. It's probably what you do already, right? So, it's useful to have all the same. Yeah, it's sneaky business. I like it. I like it. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. So is there any way you want me to offer any further advice on this, dude? You got some real good GAC Omicrons running here. Just saying, like, yeah, this account's geared for GAC. All the good armies rocking over here. That's interesting. Were you pushing for a Rey at one point, or did you get Lightspeed bundles for Rey? Oh, you must have got Lightspeed bundles for Rey. Yeah, okay, gotcha. I was like, I was looking through and I was thinking, Jabba and pushing into JML, and I was seeing all this investment in the Resistance. So I was like, holy moly, you must have got a Lightspeed bundle. You're 2-3 months away from Ben Swallow due to the bonus shards and the Pass Plus. When do I think about Rey? I mean, look, man, you are so close to Rey. It's crazy. Oh, man. Like, I don't want to say do Rey right after Jabba because you've got enough on your plate, and doing GL after GL after GL, it gets painful. But you need to prioritize this Rey farm pretty sharpish, because you're basically there. You need R7 on JTR, and you need R7 BB8, I think. And then I'm assuming, I forget the Radis. Did you get the Radis up to 5 stars? Yeah, Radis is already done, man. God, you are painfully close to Rey. You're gonna have to get Rey done, dude. Like, I'm not gonna force you, obviously. Get JML done first. Have a think about doing gas. But realistically, you should be just doing Rey. You should be. She's a really good GL. She's one of the best defensively holding GLs, especially with the current Datacron set out. Like Holdo. She's going to be so obnoxious on defense, but that's just a lot. It's just a lot. I'm a spender. I have no issue going back to back. I'll get the Zetas if I need them. That's fair. That's fair, dude. You didn't want to touch her until Ben was within your grasp, which is a fair enough comment. 2 to 3 months is quite some time. I mean, if you're comfortable with it, then just line it up with Ben solo. I still think that with the Holdocron, she's going without having Ben solo. I didn't want a half-baked team without Ben. Yeah, look, the Holdocron's going to be around for 4 months. It's not going to be as powerful, obviously, without Ben. But it's still going to be incredibly obnoxious. Not being able to deal with the Rey team quickly enough, you know? If you can get one, roll one, get it sooner. If not, just wait. If not, just wait. Just wait until you get your Ben. Because obviously it's better to have Ben. Much better to have Ben. But 2 to 3 months, it might trip up your farming a little bit. You'll be ready for Cal by then. You'll have done JML. Yeah. So it could just be like, oh yeah, you unlocked your Jedi Knight Cal and your Rey's done with your Ben. Also remember, Ben isn't resistant, so he won't actually be affected by the Cron. He won't be affected by the 100% Cron, but he's still going to be providing his unique to Rey. And he'll still be affected by Holdo's level 9, just not the level 6. That's the only part he misses out on, right? Because Holdo has specific callouts, doesn't she? In her level 9. Yeah, all the stuff for Ben. It's just the level 6 that he won't benefit from. This level 6 over here, because this is all just resistance allies. I wish it would have said resistance allies and Ben, but honestly, Ben kind of is hard to kill anyway. Hey, good night, Unstoppable Dude. Thanks for hanging around, buddy. Thanks for hanging around. Still find it amusing? Me too, Wolfie. Bane is in the docket in 2 months. Oh, mate, you're gonna have a fun time. It's all gonna come at once for you, mate. It's all gonna come at once. Like, you'll get Jedi Knight Cal, Rey, Ben, and Bane all at once. You'll be like, so many good units to gear. Death by homies. Yeah, indeed. You'll be drowning, mate. Make sure you save them up. All right, my buddy. Solid roster, dude. Solid roster. 5.7 mil. Cracking out really good stuff here. Jabba about to get JML, got Slacker, got Executor, on the cusp of getting Rey. Hey, no worries, Papa. No worries, dude. Solid roster. Thank you, man. Next up on our list is Jedi Knight Caleb. We are going to be running late today. Jedi Knight Caleb, you around, my friend, my buddy, and my pal? Isn't the crit avoidance the level 6 the best for the resistance? Not in my opinion, no. Not in my opinion. Check this out. Jedi Knight Caleb rocking the Gungans in Arena. At 4.8 mil, no less. Oh my days. Jedi Knight Caleb, y'all in the house, brother. Wesley Stone, you didn't get skipped. It's just I've run out of time, and you weren't on the premium list to jump up the record. They were on the free list. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people ahead of you. Sorry, man. Cool. Jedi Caleb, do you want to tell me a little bit about your roster and how I can help you today? I love seeing those Gungans up below 5 million. That's huge, dude. What's the point of the Expendable Forces data discs? The point of the Expendable Forces data disc is to be a trap. Don't use it. It's pointless. If data disc swapping was completely free for everybody, I'd say, yeah, just try it out when you want to use some separatists. Otherwise, you're just hampering the rest of your account by using it. All right. Jedi Knight Caleb, working for Gungans. That's your current farm. Well, you completed it, mate. You've got all the Gungans at Relic 5. But after that, thinking exec, and what teams do I prioritize? What teams do I prioritize? What teams to finish? Okay. Yeah, no worries. Okay, cool. Let's check it out. 4.8. Okay, so you need your ult still on your Rey. Absolutely fine. 4.8 mil with 2 GLs, and you're working on Gungans. Get you, big spender. Just started this game. Any advice for a new player? Hey, Twids, how you doing, brother? I'm sure the chat will be able to help you out there quite a bit. Okay, so I'm not going to poo-poo on anybody for going for Gungans straight away. Might not be the smartest decision to do, in my opinion, but new stuff comes out and you want to enjoy it, why not? These marquees, compared to other marquees, are very, very cheap. Excuse me. Sorry, I thought I was going to sneeze for a minute there. I apologize. Comparatively, I don't want to call them cheap because ultimately it's still a heck of a lot of money to be dropping on a mobile game, which is exactly why I'm trying to fund it by doing roster reviews. But if you want to do Gungans, then crack on, man. You do Gungans, you get Jar Jar day one, you'll be able to walk into the new raid with your head held high and get some good scores, I'm sure. So that's great. You're working on Gungans. After that, you said you want to go do Executor, I think you said, buddy. Yeah? Executor. Okay, let's go ahead and check out your fleet. Your fleet currently exists. Oh my gosh, your fleet exists. Yes. I feel like this is a relatively young account that's invested in Lightspeed bundles, and it's like massively boosted up the GP. Is that about right? Dolphin for Gungans, I guess. Yeah, there or thereabouts. And you're halfway to Razalt. That's good business. Gungans and Lightspeed bundles are the only money I've spent in the game. Yeah, that's fair. I'd consider yourself a light spender. A light slender. I'm light and slender. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, brother. There's no judgment from me, mate. It's about 2 years old. Gotcha. Yeah. Gosh almighty. Yeah, before the days of like hyperdrives and Lightspeed bundles and stuff, a 2-year-old account pushing 5 million would be like, what the hell? But the times, they are changing. Okay, yeah, I definitely 100% think you need to get exec. Yeah, like there's no way around it, mate. Because your ground game has obviously matured really, really quickly, because I can see Starkiller, so you probably got that Lightspeed bundle pack. We've got Ray and Slacker. So you've got 2 GLs and a really good meta attacking team, and you've got CLS, and you're getting Gungans at the moment. It's like you need to have the ships to back it up, otherwise you're going to flounder a little bit in GAC. I could be able to clear the ground game, no problem. But unfortunately, like Radis and Finalizer, they're okay at best. Malev is okay as well. But you really want to be able to have something like Executor on defense or Profundity for offense to really clear through efficiently. So definitely make that your priority. 2.5, I think. Yeah, that's fair. But for real, any question? Yeah. Wolfie is a veteran over here. He'll be able to give you some real solid advice, brother. You're 1.5 million before the Lightspeed. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. Being able to bump up like 3 million GP in one fell swoop. It's nuts, man. How old is Bad Batch now? 2 years old? 2 years? Is that about right? Feels about right. Just told him to shave his head, so I'm not sure how much he's going to listen to my advice. I mean, shaving your head to be bald like Scribble does make you aerodynamic. So, yeah. Okay. Yep. Oh, abs to God, I'm sorry, buddy, but we're only doing another one roster review after this. You'll have to swing back another time, dude. I'm sorry. Get yourself to bed. 3 a.m. is a late time to be up. I have most of the exec tunes at gear 12 or higher. That's good. So it's going to take you a short while. Not massively long. But let's check out the bounty hunters. You got your Bosk ready. Your Boba Fett's just a couple of relic levels away. Cad Bane is done. IG-88 needs a couple of relic levels. Then you'll need stuff in your Empire. So you'll need, boom, TIE Fighter Pilot is done. You need to get that Piet up there. You need to get that Piet up and rolling, brother. Found massively overpowered and Zealous Ambitions. Which should you pick? Depends if you've got any Zealous Ambition at the moment. Zealous Ambition is more important to have. Massively overpowered has some good use. But if you've already got like 2 Zealous Ambitions, is it a grey or green or a blue, Jeremiah? Midnight. My lights have turned off. 1 blue Zealous. That's tempting. Sorry, I'm just going to turn my lights on again. Can't be in here with no lights. That's just wrong. It's another blue. Ouch. I'd probably get the Zealous Ambition, dude. You'll be set. 2 blue Zealous Ambitions is just set for the rest of Conquest. Alright, cool. So yeah, you're pretty close to that Executor farm. I would definitely prioritize Executor. Get that fleet out there. You don't necessarily need to wail on the crystals to get that up and running. Just make sure that you start earning those shards slowly. Yeah. Is your Beskar Mando in decent position? Yeah, you'll need to take Beskar Mando up to relics as well to benefit from his fleet, because it's an important ship, the Razor Crest. Okay, your Razor Crest itself is done, so that's good business. That's good business. All right, so apart from that, obviously the first port of call we always check is for Zori, and not in the fleets. I mean, you can, but not in the fleets. Is as you've got a lightspeed bundle, have you prioritized getting your Zori up, because she's incredibly useful. Well, you've got some gear in her, and you've got a Zeta on her. Her Omi with, you know, a Zeta lead under OG Finn, who's up here. You've got the Zeta lead up here, so that's good. Makes for a really good GAC team. Really good GAC team. So when you get a little bit of breathing space after you've finished off stuff like your Gungans and your Executor farm, have a thought about taking Zori Bliss up to relics. Minimum relic 3, you know? 3 to 5 is a good range. Can you choose momentum with low gear Tuskens? Yes, you can, Count Dooku. Use it in the B1 node at the end of Sector 3. They don't have to survive, and you'll get a boatload of them straight away. So, yeah, when you get an opportunity, throw some gear on that Zori, and you'll be absolutely laughing, mate. I love that you've got Starkiller this early. That's really good fun. You've got good investments here. You've even got decent bounty hunters up and running. Some good Omis on the Womps. The Kyrotech grind is real. The Kyrotech grind is super real, my friend. And that never really changes. I mean, it becomes more manageable as you start to run out of characters to gear, but you've got like another, 7 million before that becomes the case for you. 7 million GP, that is. Okay. Yeah, for sure. So Executor, and then you want to be thinking about the next farm after that. Now, honestly, I'd like to say keep on investing in more fleets, but maybe that's not in your interest to go too crazy on fleets. You do want to be considering getting Zori's ship, the Comeuppance. I don't know if you... Okay, yeah, no, your Comeuppance is fine. Don't worry about it. What do I think about Leia? Leia's great. Leia is a great GL to have, but honestly... Like, my number one priority for any account that doesn't have Jabba is to get Jabba. We know that we've got this new raid coming in probably about 3 or 4 months' time. It'll probably... it depends on how much you spend, but it probably takes you about 2 to 3 months minimum to get ready for Leia. During that time, the raid is going to be around for a little bit and then disappear. And it's not to say that Leia isn't useful after that point, it's just her value decreases. Whereas if you get Jabba, you'll be able to start using him in Smuggler's Run 2 to get loads of micro attenuators to improve your mods. It makes a big impact on mods, and he's still going to be perfectly viable offensively and defensively in PvP game modes and in PvE. So my weighting always goes behind Jabba. Maybe next time. Sorry, Abs to God, buddy. Thanks for today. Your video about the 50 stab skills. I'll get a red chest and Padme on first day. Hey, congrats, brother. Also signed up today. You're a very good person. Thank you so much, Abs to God. Hopefully I'll see you in another stream soon. Good night, my friend. Even with one Zealous Ambition, my gold sortie is hitting for 100k plus. Yep. Zealous Ambition is just crazy, dudes. Leia is a super Cairo farm, like 3k each. Yeah, it's pretty expensive. So yeah, I would recommend going for Jabba, dude. Exec, Zori, Jabba. Got it. Yes, dude. That is the way, brother. That is the way. Have you been... Like, I hate to ask it, but how are your mods looking? I imagine your mods with all these lightspeed bundles are probably going to be screaming. You're probably really struggling to mod everything right now. Actually, it's not as bad as I thought. It's not as bad as I thought. Sorry, I've just run your mod score. And honestly, having just below 2 for where you're at, and obviously all the lightspeed bundles, that is not terrible. That is really not terrible. The fact that you've got 8 25 pluses is already a bit of a surprise to me. It's like, yeah, that's okay. Your supports are now gaining 108.8% offense equal to their HP. Yeah, so if they've got 100k hit points, you're gaining 108k offense, more or less. 109k offense. Isn't that nice? On those healers and support characters. So yeah, this is really not terrible. I was expecting it to be much worse. So yeah, make sure you keep farming your mods. But Jabber will help with that, brother. Jabber will help with that. I think once you've done Jabber, you might want to consider then pushing for the next meta fleet. Probably Profundity for you. Okay? How was my business trip? It was okay, Geezer. Thank you for asking, man. It was long. The traveling was long. You know, it was about 10, 11 hours of traveling over 2 days. But yeah. Scribble is become pumpkin. Huh? What, Wolfie? What do you mean I'm a pumpkin? I am the pumpkin. And Jack, the Pumpkin King. It's midnight. Oh, it's because my lights went off, right? And did I look like a pumpkin? That makes sense. That makes sense. We've got a couple of months left until October. All right. So anything else do you want me to look at here, Caleb, buddy? Anything else I can give some advice on? Like the Zori will help your comeuppance as well, so it will really up your Radis game. So you'll be able to use Radis. I would probably recommend using Radis on offense until you get more of an offensive fleet lineup running. But it's really good. Really good. That covers it. Thank you. Ah, good business, Caleb. Good business. Great roster, dude. Like, really impressive for the GP range. Don't forget about your mods. Keep working on, because otherwise you'll get to like 7 million, 8 million GP and you'll have the same amount of mods and you'll be like, I can't mod anything. It's a real concern. It's a real concern. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. Dakota, are you in the chat, my friend? You are the final roster review of the evening, and it's going to be a doozy. Let me know if you're in the chat. You are here. Okay, give me a little bit of context to your roster. How can I help you today? You're on the phone with your auntie, Agony Aunt Scribble. Agony Aunt Scribble? Is that how we do it? Tell me your aches and pains, and I'll help you out. Hey, peace out, Caleb, dude. Thanks for joining, buddy. So you've gone and done back-to-back GL farms now. I only need one attempt to finish the Sea Alt. Awesome, dude. Should I roll right into Ray or finish some farms, which I know I really need to do, or do Jabber? I mean, you know my stance, Dakota. Jabber is king. However, it depends on your burnout, really. Because, I sometimes get a little bit of tunnel vision thinking about how I would do a roster, because I'm incredibly good at doing things that are incredibly monotonous for a long, long time. Who knows? Maybe I'm a tad autistic. So the idea of doing back-to-back GL farms for me is like, yeah, okay, I could do it. It would suck, but I'd do it. And I appreciate not everybody plays the game for autonomy. You know what I mean? So you've done Slacker, you've done C, you're just finishing up, you just need a couple more tokens and you'll get the ultimate done. You're thinking, do you do Ray? So I'm assuming you got the Lightspeed bundle, right? I'm assuming you got Lightspeed bundle and Ray is basically sat there waiting for love. Yeah. Just your overall thoughts on what I should do, because I feel like I just have so much. Yeah, this is a really common theme at the moment with Lightspeed bundles, is that players have jumped up 3 million GP and they're like overwhelmed by everything that they've got and they can do. It's completely understandable, because you've gone from a relatively small roster and you've doubled or tripled in size. You're like, oh my god, I've got so much stuff. You're like, where do I go? What do I do? In a normal circumstance, I'd be like, go get Jabber. Yeah, absolutely. But when you're that close to a GL, in this case Ray, I have to recommend that you go and get it done. Okay, because you're literally just like a couple of characters short, right? So look at the Resistance faction real quick. All you need is R7 on these two, more or less, isn't it? I haven't checked the Holdo fleet. Holdo's at 5 stars, so you're pretty much there for Ray. Like, I can't in good conscience say, you know, go and do Jabber, start a complete fresh GL farm where you're a couple of weeks at best away from Ray. Yeah, no, I totally support that, Dakota. I totally support that Jabber will definitely improve mods, and I stand by that comment all the time because it's true. Absolutely true. Jabber is one of the best things to improve everybody's mods. However, when you're that close to a GL, you have to push the GL before you go too far off course, yeah? However, that's going to put you at 3 GLs very, very quickly. And your fleet game is... I mean, you've got Executor. You've got Executor. It's not terrible, actually. It's not terrible. I'm actually okay with this. Having Exec, even at just the unlock at 4 stars, and you're working on your Negotiator, and you've got the Radis over here, and I saw you had some investment in Zori. Yeah, I think she's at gear 12 right now with the Omi on there, so that's good. If you also have the Comeuppance... Come here, Pence. Oh, good stuff, man. Good stuff. So you're actually able to make use out of your Resistance fleet, which is a funny thing. Never would have said that in the past. Oh, good. You've got a ship for the Resistance. That's great. You can use Resistance fleet to do stuff. But that's the nature of it right now. So you have some viability here already. And your Marauders get up there. Although, you know, without the gearing on the Bad Batch, that's going to have to take a back seat. I like that you're prioritizing getting the stars. It's good to get those fleet stars out of the way nice and quick. So keep up on that. Hyena Bomber, are you working on Malev, or are you trying to finish up the Negotiator first? You've got like 30 shards left, so you're getting Malevolent. That's good. You're going for like a spatter gun approach to it. You're like, get all the capital ships, just go, get them all done, and then we'll worry about the stars and stuff later. That's absolutely fine. So the fact that you are going for the Malev is good, that you're pushing on the Hyena Bomber and stuff like that. So make sure... Oh, your Vulture Droid's done already, apart from 5 levels missing. Maybe you've got a fleet currency issue right now, is that right? Yeah. So gearing up everything here, starring up everything here in preparation for that is a really good idea. Yeah. Yeah. All these additional capital ships, like it's 10 million GP, I think, to max out a capital ship. 10 million GP. 10 million fleet currency to max out a capital ship. So it's super, super expensive. And if you get it all at once, there's no way you're going to have the fleet credits to support it. So yeah, it's going to take a little bit of a backseat. But as long as you're still farming these shards down here, you know, get this BTLB Y-Wing up there. You've got your Anakin, you've got your Ahsoka. Like, you've got a relatively accessible Galactic Republic fleet there. You're going to have a decent finalizer fleet. You're going to have a decent executor fleet. That's a good point, actually. Let's see what your BAM's looking like. I'm sorry, I'm tired. You, sir, helped me out a lot. Thank you. Hey, no worries, Waterfalls. I'm glad I could help. I'm not sure what I did, but I'm glad I could help. That's the main thing. That's the main thing. So, Razor Crest. Oh, your Razor Crest is in pretty good position as well. You've got good priorities here, Dakota. You got your head screwed on correctly. Oh, thanks, Papa Pump. Thank you, buddy. Yeah. So you got good investment. Like, it's the right level of investment where it's not like, oh, I've completely blown all of my materials trying to get this one team to be top tier. Instead, it's enough to make it usable. And then you can revisit in the future and start upping a couple of relic levels here and there and all that sort of business. I love that you got the Zori working already. You're already working on Outrider as well. You're playing the long game, Dakota. Dakota, you're a clever sausage. That's what I'm going to say. Fallen Basti turned into a Sith truck. Fallen Basti is so hilarious with Zealous Ambition. You do that wild lightning, just things die. My favorite is using Leader's Resolve with Zealous Ambition and throwing in Dash and just going and everything dies. I love it. So it's not going to be too hard for you down the line, Dakota, to actually pivot and get the profundity as well, which is awesome. Yeah, this is where I expected to see the lacking, and that's totally fine. That's totally fine. This is all Hyperdrive bundle stuff, isn't it? I feel like I've just so much to finish. I'm kind of just farming all ships now to get them done. That's a really clever way of doing it, Dakota, to be honest. It's a really because that you have the autonomy to pick where you invest your gear. Having the shards is fine. Having the shards is fine. It doesn't really cost you anything. It's just energy, right? It's the gear that is the important part. So yeah, you definitely should be pushing Rey. Push Rey. After that, maybe to give yourself a little bit of breathing room, you think about going down the whole Jabber line. you think about going down that Jabba line to help out on your mods because they're really going to be struggling. I don't necessarily recommend... I think anybody that is going down the Lightspeed bundle route and the Hyperdrive bundle and all this sort of business, I don't recommend dropping back necessarily and thinking about, you know, your core teams per se. Okay? I think just keep that ultimate sort of tunnel vision on having your GLs and your capital ships done, and the rest of it will fall into place, because that's going to provide you the opportunity to get to the top of the fleet arena, get your 400 crystals a day. That helps you feed into the rest of your roster. The quicker you do that, the more benefit you get in the long run, right? Hey, what's going on, Kenobi? Hello there. Hello there. That's what I was going to check. I was going to see where you're actually placing at the minute in your fleet shard. Okay, so you're 20th at the minute. How high can you actually climb, Dakota? And you're in Erodium too, so you're knocking on the door of Kyber. Fleet is going to be so important for you. Fleet is going to be super, super important. 12 is the highest you've been? Okay, so knocking on the door, like I think the next payout bracket is top 10. It's like 10 to 6 is the next crystal payout bracket for Fleet. You definitely want to be trying to break through there. What are you actually facing? Is it a case of you can't deal with the enemy teams in your fleet arena, or is it a case of there's a fleet shard and they're not letting you through? After 20, it's all maxed out capital ships, so they're all 7-star execs. You are, sorry, Kenobi, buddy. Oh, thanks, Van. Thanks, Van. Thanks for saying you're a big fan. Yeah, this is our last roster review of the evening. Very sorry, man. Been going for 4 hours. They just knock you down every day. Execs, Profundity at the top, and at the top is Leviathan. So you've got a pretty active, whale-heavy shard, to be honest with you, Dakota. I'm sorry to hear that. The only way you're really going to break that is by getting something like Leviathan yourself. Obviously, other fleets can climb. Naturally, you'll be able, like, you could probably break into top 10, but really you want to try and ingratiate yourself into that fleet shard. Yeah, the Profundity kind of, I don't want to say hard counters the exec. It just does a really good job of beating exec. Like, it's not particularly fun. Okay. So that puts you in the untenable position of having to push fleets as a priority. You're just in a really competitive fleet shard, and that kind of sucks. I don't want to say just go heavy into Leviathan, because the Leviathan is such a hard ship to get into, just because of, you know, the extra Relic 9s and the Malgus and the Fury class Interceptor and stuff like that. Maxed out Profundity at 19 right now. Bomber is first reinforcement. Yeah, the Imperial TIE Bomber really does good work at helping you beat rebel ships in general. So I don't know if you are using that, the Imperial TIE Bomber over here, in your Bounty Hunter fleet, but it will help against Profundities. I think the problem is, Hellscream, is most likely that Dakota is probably losing a ship in the opening barrage, and that makes it very hard to bounce back. Yeah, it can still happen, but it sucks. It's just one of those things. Like at the top end, 7 stars and stuff like that, the mirror becomes a lot more manageable. Still not fun, because you've seen the amount of assists that Profundity get, but yeah, I definitely think that you need to focus a little bit on fleet. You could try and just go down the Profundity route. Profundity can still beat Leviathans, and it would help you, but definitely get Rey first. Rey first, finish up Zori as well. Get Zori up there. I think probably Empire Fleet is probably out of reach because you need Inquisitors for that. So consider pushing into Profundity as soon as possible. You know? And that might be the route that you choose to go down. Nice, we got Starkiller on this account too. I love it. I love it. Yeah, because honestly, like in your GAC, I bet you do fine on the ground game, don't you? I bet you do absolutely fine on ground. You got some... Wow, that Dash Rendar. Do you actually have Vandor? You do. I don't even have Vandor. And I'm 11 million. I'm 11.3 mil GP with no Vandor. You do good. Yeah. Yeah. So Wraith and Profundity. I think so, Dakota. Because I think that's highlighting where the weakness in your roster is most of all, is in your ships. Yeah. So Profundity can do really, really solid work at 4 stars. It should help you climb as well. Because a 4-star Profundity, I think you'll still be able to do relatively good work in a mirror match. Especially with, like, Profundity, using the same approach and reinforcing with the Imperial TIE bomber does really well in mirror matches. Because it just messes up the opponent's fleet so badly. That's definitely where I would consider going. I love that you got TIE Defenders, so you can make use of this Chimera fleet. Oh yeah, it's good business. It's good business. After Profundity, you could probably start thinking about going over to Jabba. Yeah, so Ray, Profundity, Jabba. That's how I do it. And that's going to set you up for the next 6 months of farming. Hey, Ada, how you doing? You're up late. Cheers. Oh my god, I do need that stretch as well. What do you mean late? It's midnight. I've been up since 6 in the morning. I've been up since 6 in the morning, I've streamed for 4 hours, and I've worked a full day. Oh, I couldn't possibly be up till 4. I get up at 6. Yeah, absolutely, Dakota. Shall I check out your GLs? Is there specific teams you want me to look at? More than happy to do that. Speed and health mods on Kylo. 138, 576. The speed's good. Speed's good. R7. Health and crit damage. I mean, I'm not against it. Not against it. I'm almost feeling a little bit like you could probably swap out that crit damage and just go for health. If you lean in heavily into health, Supreme Leader Kylo Ren will literally kill anything. He will kill anything if he survives long enough. So you could probably swap out that crit damage triangle and just go for health. His mastery stacks crit damage anyway, doesn't it? Where is his mastery? It's up here somewhere. Yeah, crit chance, crit damage, and damage. So you don't need a crit damage triangle on SLKR. If you go for more health, you could probably get him to about 150k health. All of a sudden, he's a big chonky boy. He's a big chonky boy. You'll still kill everything thanks to siphon mechanics. And you might just survive a little bit longer, which can mean the difference between winning and losing. Other than that, SLKR mods are good. You got up at 10 today. I would be late for work. And I would not be able to go to the gym. No, it's only 8 PM. You can do another hour. Jeremiah. No. Climb with exec. You won't get knocked back. Huh? Let's check out C. Now, C is similar. C, you want to be utterly chunky. Utterly chunky. Honestly, I wouldn't worry about speed mods on C. Okay? Like 506, fast enough, sure. Well, your health is okay, but you really got to pump that health higher. You know, like, you want to be getting as close to 200k as you possibly can. All health primaries, if you can, and as much speed secondaries. You're probably struggling a little bit for speed mods, I guess. For, not speed mods per se, but fast mods, I guess. Right? Hey, Vader, how you doing, bro? Yeah, all mods. Yeah. Yeah, you want to try and pump up the survivability on this C. Try and get as much health as you can. Speed is okay, but honestly, like, I think I run my C at like 460. And he does fine. He does fine. You want that health for that survivability. I'm good, brother. I'm good. Speed at the top is good, but it falls off quick. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Let's think. Who would actually be a priority? Probably someone like Mara Jade. Maybe if I arrange your roster by speed, actually. Hey, what's going on, Ryrock? How you doing, brother? Let's sort this roster by speed. Let's see how we do. Oh, good. Check you out. Yes. This is the way. You're 1 out of 100 from the 50 push-ups because I keep spending points. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, so Mara Jade is at 315, and she's got some potency. You've got the right approach. She should be fast, and she should be potent. Those are the only two stats that really matter to her. I like that you got a potency cross here. The rest, honestly, doesn't matter. As long as you got speed over here. Yes, you want to make her fast. You want to try and make sure she's got that potency to land that stun on the first move. So you're in good position. You're in good position. Obviously, it could be better, but that will come with time as you develop your mod roster depth, as you keep working on them, which you should always, always be doing. Darth Revan, then. I do have a cat called Indy. She's a wonderful little girl. She's just a little bit on the vicious side. 301. So DR is all he cares about is speed, really. It doesn't really matter about the secondaries here. The primaries on these stats. Just full speed is the way. Vader, all of a sudden, I don't like you. You can get out. I love dogs. I do. But nobody be putting down my kittens. Ain't no putting down my kittens. My kittens are the best kittens. Welcome back, Lava. How you doing, dude? Your girlfriend's social media name is Indigo, and that confused... Oh, really? Didn't know that. Look at this Bosk. This Bosk. Okay, 293. It's fine. Like, Bosk is more around the synergy in the entire team. So let's actually just quickly check out your bounty hunters. Because you got Grief. So it should be... What was he? He was like 293? Something like that? It has not, Zion. Sorry. This is the last roster review of the evening. 293. 293. So you want to have is your Grief going right after your Bosk. Ha! Joke's on you. No boy is getting out. Yeah. Okay, yeah. What I'd try and do, if you can, to get that bounty hunter team like locked in, try to get Grief as close to Bosk's speed as possible. Bosk is now 293. If you can get Grief to 292, perfect. Doesn't have to be that close, obviously. But just try and get some additional speed on your Grief. So what happens is Bosk is going to take his turn. He's going to taunt and he's going to gain something called Frenzy. That's going to give him 100% turn meter when an ally uses a special ability. So Bosk taunts, Grief Karga takes a turn, he does a mass assist, Bosk gains a bonus turn, well, gains 100% turn meter, takes an extra turn, does his mass assist. Hopefully you trigger Contract, triggering additional attacks from Mando, which is going to give him extra TM, and then you can disintegrate someone. Like, straight off the gate. That's the idea behind that team and that synergy. Scribe question, Piet. What do they do? How do you mean, Ada? What does Piet do? He's mostly an Imperial Trooper support. Very, very good one. I'm going to leave a tad earlier than the stream. But good night, Jeremiah. Good night, buddy. Big love, my dude. Technically, can't you just use Fennec as a 5th with Bosk to instant trigger payout? Technically, can't you just use Fennec as a 5th with Bosk to instant trigger payout? I mean, she does 4 hits, I think, on a basic. So, yes, it does, but not everybody has Fennec. You know what I mean? And Fennec is low gear. And typically, you want Fennec modded for a boatload of offense rather than speed dialed. I mean, she can be speed dialed, but... it's much easier to get Grief faster. It's hardest to actually get Bosk super fast. That's the main thing. What does Piet do? You got Piet Relics. Okay, so the most important part about Piet is that he passes this buff called Emperor's Trap, which increases the offense of Imperial Troopers every single time an Empire character takes a turn. It increases by 6% offense and 6% potency. He also generates turn meter. He can force a taunt onto a unit that he then calls that unit to assist. So he synergizes incredibly well with Dark Trooper. He also is able to do an AoE dispel on light side units, AoE days, and basically turns your Imperial Trooper squad into a force to be reckoned with. Very, very fast unit. Obviously a pilot, the Executor. Yeah, really, really good unit overall. Really good unit. So yeah, that's a bit of nuanced modding for you. You just want Mando to have decent speed, not loads, like 230 is absolutely fine, and some decent crit chance on him. He needs to land a crit in order to get crit chance up, which he needs to in order to get his, his assassinate ability, wherever it shows it. This disintegrate. He needs to have crit chance up, or crit damage up. But he gets crit chance up on a basic, if he crits. Deal physical damage to target enemy. Oh, no, he doesn't need to crit. He just needs to hit them. Yeah, on a crit, you grant random band-tended allies crit chance up. Who doesn't have it? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. I think he generates TM for himself, though, doesn't he? Each time the Mandalorian scores a critical hit, he gains 30% turn meter. That's what it is. So that's why you want crit chance on him. He's passing additional turn meter to the team and gaining turn meter himself. So it just generates the turn meter train really nicely, and then he just goes and insta-kills one unit. It's a good way of facing off against a team and removing a priority target very, very quickly. Right, and how's R5? Well, you'll need R8 for the Executor Ada. So you can leave him at R5 for now, but eventually you'll have to be R8. Hey, Micah, how you doing, brother? We're good. He does go burr. He does go burr, and he's a very useful toon. Elevates the Mandalorian faction quite well. Quite well. Okay. Okie dokie, okie dokie, okie dokie. I'm not sure what value there is in looking at some of the modding on these. I mean, we could check out your Starkiller. So, Piet or Ben then? If you've got Rey already, I'd say Ben is more important. Okay, so Starkiller. Starkiller has a couple of priority stats right now. I wouldn't necessarily run crit damage on Starkiller. It can be useful. It can be useful. Offense would probably be better, or and additionally, we're looking for like offensive primaries. Offense primaries are good, or health primaries. So his cooldown of the ship, that does damage based on his max health. More important, I feel, is just basic offense, so percentile offense stats, to make sure that he's doing boatloads of damage when he's assisting all the time in a Palpatine team. So getting his offense as high as possible is really, really important. This number over here. Obviously, this is going to get fueled by his relic levels as well. Higher the relic levels, the more boost you're going to get there. Yes, he does crit a lot, and he does like AoE on his basic that can crit everybody, but honestly, I'd probably look to ramp the offense for just more consistent damage. Health is obviously what's going to fuel his cooldown as well. Sorry guys, my stomach is hurting quite badly at the moment. Last one question. I have 2 Ommis. Where do I put them? That's a very good question, actually, Dakota. Very good question. Let's take a look. I like that you've already put Ommis focused on GAC characters. Saw Gerrera as well. Wow. I can't imagine you've got like Chirrut and Baze, have you? No, not quite, but that's okay. That's okay. Let's get rid of this speed. Crit damage triangle on Starkiller is dope. He's assisting all the time. Why would you not want him scoring bigger crits? I mean, I meant the crit damage set, Wolfie, more than anything. Sorry, I'm not sure why my stomach is hurting so much here. Okay, let's focus. Focus, Scribble. Focus. And just checking it out here. I mean, there are additional Ommis on Starkiller, but you're probably going to want to spread them around a little bit more rather than focusing on one area. It looks like you are actually piling on all of the good GAC Ommis. You've even got the Hera TW Ommi. That's nice business. Did you have the Captain Rex one? I think you did, didn't you? Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. And you got Treya's rocking over here. Don't do Karkatans. Ho, ho, ho. This is tough business. This is tough business. I mean, you could throw Juhani's on for TW. Just depends on if you care about TW. You've already got Starkiller up and running, right? So have a think about Juhani for TW. Oh, sorry, you were responding to Ada. Sorry, Wolfie. Yeah, so potentially, Juhani, if you're looking for increased TW performance, you can do Mace as well, but really I like to recommend people have Relic teams so that they can use datacrons for anything that you're going to throw an Omni on. Something to consider down the line. But one for Juhani could be quite nice. If you don't care about TW Omnis, don't put it on there. Definitely don't do Akbar. Don't do Luke Skywalker. You know, we're running out here. I mean, honestly, you could throw extra ones on Starkiller, or you could just save it. You could just save it. You've got all of the really good GAC Omicrons that fit this account. I didn't see, actually. Do you have Wampa? You do have Wampa. Ignore me. Ignore me. I think you've got the best GAC Omicrons for this account at this point in time. Like I said, Juhani for TW might be useful to you because you've already got the team built up. Talon-Omni? I don't massively rate the Talon-Omni, I'll be honest. Already got the Mara Jade Omni too. I didn't actually see that, but that's a very good point. Pogglecron for TW? I don't think the Geos were all relict. Again, like Pogglecron is actually quite obnoxious to deal with. It's a little bit annoying. It doesn't stop everything, but yeah, I wouldn't recommend Poggleomni on this Geo team. It'll just get rolled either way. Yeah, this is why I don't really ship the Talon-Omni. I don't think it's that worth it. I don't have it. I don't feel like I need it. But yeah, potentially Starkiller, an additional one for Starkiller. If you are going to do one, I rate all of his Omicrons. But if you are only going to do one more on Starkiller, I'd probably do the Force Repulse one. This means that he'll turn into an AoE dispel buff and damage increase, which is really quite nice. But both of them are worth it, in my opinion. I rate Starkiller very much. Aye. Anything else I can help you out with here? Oh, Jesus. Sorry. Dakota? Hey, no problem, Dakota. Never answered me. Ben or Piet to R8? Because I have R8. I did answer that, actually, Ada. I said if you've got Ben ready and Ray already up and running, I would do Ben first. Do Ben first and then come back to Piet. Because, you know, Ben. I mean, you could just R7 your Ben if you want, but if you want, you know, it doesn't necessarily need to be R8. It's just kind of nice. It's extra damage, and he can hit really flipping hard. Yeah, it was a very passing comment, Ada. Yeah, peace out, Hellscream. We're gonna look to wrap this up. I'm sorry, guys. My stomach is tying in knots for me at the minute. It's a little bit uncomfortable, I'll be on it. Thank you, Zork. And thank you, everybody, for the wonderful evening tonight. I really do appreciate it. Thanks to everybody who donated and gifted subs and stuff like that. You guys are wonderful, wonderful people. We are going to be live tomorrow evening, most likely. Yes, most likely. I might be streaming a bit of Dragon's Dogma 2 tomorrow as well, guys. So if that's of any interest to you, make sure you swing around the stream. Let's find somebody to raid, I think. Let's find someone to raid. Who are we looking at? Oh, people on YouTube. If you could do me a kind favour and just hit a like on the stream right now, it would really mean a lot to me. Thank you so kindly, everybody. I'm going to send you over to Shorka. He's good people. And I'll see you all tomorrow, guys. Peace out. Big love.